Guys, I forgot to get my water. Be right back. And then we'll start. Okay, I'm here. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Hydrate. I already did. I drank. I'm good. Hey guys, welcome in. Welcome into the stream today. What's up, Red, Matt, Oob, Lord Sir Duke Man, Arrow, Trader. What's up on YouTube? Stream starting in uncertain amount of time. Yeah, exactly. It was 15 minutes, and then I got distracted, and that ran out, and then I finally hit go live. So then I had to reset it, and I reset it 3 minutes, and that was like way too short. So I can never find the right time. I usually do way too long, and then I just start it early, and then yeah, because I don't want to sit here and wait like 3 more minutes because I'm ready to go. But we're drinking water today. Yeah, I got 242 more hydrates ready. Oh, great. Yeah, you can just go ahead and drown me on stream. That's excellent. Okay, before we get too into anything crazy today, we have some stuff to fix. And and I don't remember. I think it's here. I broke stuff last night. And I'm a little nervous because this is not checked out. Oh, okay, my changes are in here. I broke stuff last night because I knew there was one more thing I had to add to the weapon stats before they go out, and it was the collection system, because right now you can't put them in collections. Which I know people would riot if we couldn't have them in collections. So I was like, yeah, I guess we better do that. But what happened is I broke them. So I'm pretty sure they're not working at all. So we're gonna like debug it a little bit, see what's actually happening and what's going on, and then we'll hopefully fix that issue. Hopefully it's something simple. I just missed like something. Hopefully. We'll find out. Oh, nice, mate. Are you a native speaker? Where are you from? I'm a native English speaker, yes. That's the first time I've ever had that reaction. Are you a native speaker? So I'm just a little bit confused, but okay, weapons. I have a stick here. I actually have a stick in my inventory. I do. Oh, right, because Jana was testing things and made a new character for me. All right, so, well, hold on. The stick is not upgraded in any way, anyway. So I think, actually, let's just test it. Great. It's been added to the inventory. Wonderful. Or added to collections. Let's take it back out. Okay, cool. Got my stick back. Cool. All right, so now we need to augment it because that's where things start falling apart. Let's just get 100 of each of these. We don't need legendary. And actually, hold on. Let's just see if that works. Because I think this one's gonna break. Oh, not there. Stick. Doesn't show the star now. So that's probably a problem. We added it, but it's still here. Okay, so this is the bug. Go here, take it back out, and then we have 2. Okay, so we've duplicated our item. Do you guys want to just leave that in? Let's just leave that? Not a big deal, right? And I really can't afford to drink when I'm not being prompted to. Kinder's first language is blueprints. Heck yeah, new duplication glitch just dropped. Hi, Mom. Welcome into the stream, Mom. And that's my actual mom, in case anyone was wondering. Okay, so this is obviously not working. So first of all, I think that the collection's content is probably checking to see if you have, yeah, this is probably checking to see if you have an item in your inventory, and we don't. Init visible collections. This should be looping through get collections, getting item and quality. Find that slot. Select collection item. Toggle known item. Not sure which one of these does this. Toggle silhouette, hide collection item. Let's assume it's the other one. Oh, wrong place. Oh, no. Okay. This one. Format collection. This is probably the one that shows, so this is the init slot style. I don't know what we have the custom IDs for there, but okay. I don't think this is, what we're looking for. We're looking for that star. Yeah, this star is what we're looking for. How do we modify this? What's up, Soupy? Welcome in. Have you seen Elka gaming videos of developing Avatar, the Airbender game on Dream Engine? Is that a solid engine? I've never heard of. What's the Dream Engine? Let's Google. Dream Engines. No, that's a game. Dream. Hold on. Dream Game Engine. When I search Dream Game Engine, Double Bath Engine comes up. I don't think that's what that is. Oh, you're talking about Dreams, which... Wait, hold on. There's no way. Are you talking about Dreams, which is a game on PlayStation? This game on PlayStation? So if this is what I think you're talking about, this is a PlayStation game that's sort of like a sandbox game where you can make games in it, or movies, or anything you want, as far as I know. You can make games in it. I couldn't imagine someone building anything super complex in here. I actually do own this. I bought it a while ago because I thought Abby would like playing with it, but she played with it for like 20 minutes and it was like so complex. I'm sure for someone who like spent a lot of time working in this, you could make some cool stuff. Like obviously people make cool things. But if I remember correctly, it was really quite the chore to work on with the PlayStation controller. So I don't know if they expect you to use like a keyboard and mouse or something with your PlayStation to do this, but I would not recommend this engine because one, there's no way you're gonna be able to publish games to sell with this engine. Two, it's just as complex as the normal game engine, as a regular, like standard, like AAA game engine, like Unreal Engine or Unity would be. If you're using blueprints or something, or Bolt for Unity. So you may as well just spend your time working on like learning an actual game engine where you can turn around and sell your game in. So I would not recommend this engine if you don't want to take games seriously, or if you're just like, I kind of want to dip into making games and see if it's just fun, and you want to do it like in your PlayStation all day anyway. Like, yeah, sure, grab this, right? Spend the $35 or whatever it is on this. I don't know why this is in not USD for me, but whatever. Then yeah, pick this up and play it and try it and see if you like it. And then if you're like, wow, I really like making games and I want to do this, then open up your laptop or your PC or whatever and start downloading Unreal Engine or Unity or Godot or one of the actual engines. So that's what I would do. Because yeah, it's not a solid engine. I would not call Dreams a solid game engine, since it's not even a game engine. It's more just a sandbox game. Anyway, we were looking for references for this, and I found them, but I lost them. Okay. Star. Okay. So collection state. That determines if we see the star or not. So we need to know where this happens. Can add. Hold on. It can add means star. Okay. So this contains for each item quality, make inventory item. We're checking to see if, oh, damn it. This is a problem. Find matching inventory items, what we need here. So we have to do this for every single quality. This is going to be a huge pain. I wonder if we can just skip this. Because like, why do we need to do this for every matching quality anyway? Wait, what? What is one of this? Hold on. This is saying Oh, it's if it's a weapon or if it's standard. All right, that makes sense actually. So again, why would we even do this then? This is gonna be an off-stream thing. I can't fix this on stream. I like when I'm on stream, I can't like focus in and like actually like start rewriting code and stuff. I can write stuff from scratch a little bit for the most part on stream, but when I have to like really dig through something and figure it out, like I can't have the distraction of knowing that like there's like chat going on over here. It's way too distracting, and I cannot like focus on it entirely to do that kind of stuff. I don't know why. It's just something. It's an issue with me, I guess. Anyway. See, I'm already behind on chat. If someone didn't have a PC but did have a PS4, this could be cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, or I think a PS5 too. Yeah. It's like Roblox for PS4. Yes, exactly. Hold on, I'm way behind. Dang it, how did I miss chat? We officially went off the rails. See everyone in 15 minutes. Yeah. Excited for Pal World. I've been watching a bunch of reviews on it. I don't know if I'm excited. I don't know. I've never really heard about it until I started seeing all the random reviews on it. I don't know if it looks all that interesting to me, to be honest. Maybe. Why am I getting a whole bunch of hearts floating around on the YouTube chat? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay. If someone didn't have PS4, other than that, it's a bit niche. Yeah. Did Abby draw the wall picture that's in the game? Yes. It's the one in the one in, what's her name? Fiora's house. Fiora? Yeah. Yes, she did that. I'm sure we'll get another one from Quinn too when he gets a little older. Was on stream even? Yeah, I think she might have done it on stream. I can't remember. Abby's a pretty amazing artist. To show which item you need to have a plus. No, I see what you're saying, Red, but no, I'm talking about when I just tested a second ago, right on the like actual like list of the collections, it usually shows a star if you have the item in your inventories, and you can add it to your collections, which is really handy because if you're like have a hat or something in your inventory you picked up and you're scrolling through the collections, you can just see where that star is and you're like, oh, that's where I put the hat, and you just click it, which is handy. Please do what you need to do to save the patient. Yeah, I'll do what I have to do. It'll be saved. Such a pro YouTube streamer. I don't know what it means. I've never seen like hearts coming off that before. I assume it means someone clicked the heart button or the like button, but like we only have 6 people in YouTube, so I don't think that there's like 100 people and they're spamming it. So I don't know why I just keep showing more hearts. Now it's not. So I said something and then whoever was clicking it was just like, whoa, sorry, my bad. I'll stop spamming the like button, I guess. Unless of course you already have something equipped in that slot. Yeah, no, we've got that fixed. The issue is, okay, so here's the issue. Our collection system has this. So this is a structure right here and made up of these 2 different variables. It's made up of an item ID and a quality, right? And then we use this structure to do everything in our collection. So if you want to put a sword in, it grabs the item ID and the quality. So it knows that you have an iron sword of like, you know, masterwork quality. And if you want to put in a hat, you have like the chicken hat at standard quality because all the other items are standard that can't be upgraded. The issue we're running into here is that the new weapon stats system works on no, that's not it. Hold on, I'll show you. It works on this. So we have item ID, and then the other most important thing is, well, we have item ID and quality. Now we have like a durability on our items, which we obviously cannot store in collections. So if we ever decide, let's make durability on our items, or let's do a durability that represents, or we can use durability to represent this thing. Like for example, I want to make wind whirlers use the durability in here. So you can place a wind whirler down, you can use it like 10 times, right? And then it breaks. Of course, we'll have to make wind whirlers a lot cheaper and you'll have to make them craftable and everything. But like, yeah, we can use the durability to keep things like that. That way, if you pick that item back up, like pick up the wind whirler, it doesn't reset that when you put it back down. Because when you place an item in the world or use an item or whatever, or equip an item or whatever, it grabs it from the database. And so we can keep that durability on the item itself. So even though we're grabbing all the information from the database, we're not resetting that durability because it's stored on the item itself. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Anyway, and then we have all these other things which we don't really use except for, I think, equipped slot. I think we use that when we actually have an item equipped. I don't think either of these are used right now. And the last thing is the custom ID, which we have never been using. It's been in here for a while. Joe set it up well over a year ago. We've never used it until just now when I started using it for the item stats. Or weapon stats. So what's happening here is we can store our item ID and our quality. So we know we have an iron sword that's fine quality. But if that iron sword has stats on it, like let's say you have +2, doesn't matter, vitality or whatever on it, and you put that in your collections, it doesn't store this, which means when you pull it back out of collections, it's not going to give you this custom ID, or it's going to be empty again, which means you lose those stats. So every time you store an item and pull them back out, you're going to lose the stats on them. Now, that's not necessarily like a terrible thing. We could just tell people, warning, if you're going to put this item in collections, you will lose your stats on those items and you will have to roll them again when you get it back out. So you can't store an item with really good stats in collections for another character, right? And that does actually solve some problems, because one of the reasons we were struggling, I guess it doesn't really solve problems. It's kind of dumb. But anyway, one of the reasons we didn't have stats on weapons to begin with, and one of the reasons we made the collections, and the reason the collection even works, is because we didn't want players to be able to use end game weapons to like breeze through early game content, right? So I can't just stick infinite wind whirlers all over my world. Well, eventually, if we ever actually switch to that system, no, you won't be able. Well, you will be able to. It's just when you use them too many times, they'll start breaking. But who knows? That might never get implemented. Anyway, so yeah, so when you put an item in your collections and like a brand new character gets out the epic sword of epicness, whatever, out of collections, and they use it, they still can't they still use it as like a level 1 sword because they're not leveled up high enough to actually like get the benefit of that sword yet, which I think is a great design, and it works really well for our game, because it means you're never like, oh, I can't equip that weapon yet. You can always equip a weapon. It just doesn't do its potential until you've gained the skill level you need, right? The custom ID though, having that cleared doesn't really like benefit us in any way, like from a design standpoint. It's actually just kind of tedious for players. I think it makes sense because you were just collecting item. You can still store in a chest with the collection. Yeah, you can still store in the custom ID in the chest. Yes. But yeah, so you can't. The custom IDs are also, the weapon stats, or enhancements, as they're actually going to be called. They are called. So enhancements can't be used. They don't get unlocked until you hit the weapon level requirement, which means if you have a level 50 sword in your inventory and you're using that because it looks really cool, and you got it from your main character or a friend or whatever, and it has like plus 15 stats on it, those stats do not work until you hit level 50 for that class. So if it's a sword, then warrior class. And that works really well too, because that means you don't get the benefits of that item until you hit that level, which promotes players to switching to new weapons when they find a new one. Even if that new weapon isn't quite as good, you might have better stats on it, so it might still be worth switching. It just gives players there's a little more thought in switching weapons, rather than just going, oh yeah, this does more damage, I'm gonna switch to it. You might even find a weapon that does a lot more damage, but it has really bad stats on it, and so it's better just to stick with the one you have right now, which does not happen right now. Right now, that's like not a thing. Like right now, if you find a weapon that has better numbers or better damage, you switch to it pretty much no matter what. There's no reason you wouldn't, unless you just don't like the look of it. But now at least like you have weapon stats to go into it too. So if you've been working at like reshuffling the weapon stats on your weapon, you finally find like a good set you like, you might not want to upgrade that weapon for a while until you have a really good reason to, which I think is good. I think it's a good thing. That's a good design. So if you put these in your collections, and it clears the custom ID, that does mean that if you've been working at that weapon and you really like that weapon's stats, then you lose that. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's not a terrible design, because it means that players who really want to keep that weapon around can't put that weapon in storage. Like putting that weapon in storage, it like loses durability or loses its quality or whatever, right? You just have to like hang on to it and put it in a chest in your house or whatever. The problem with that is like collections is like the safest place to store your weapons in the game, because it's a totally different save file. Knock on wood, we've yet to find anyone's collections save file become corrupt, I don't think. There might have been once or twice because of like random power outage or something at the perfect time, but we pretty much have backups of all those, and you can make backups of your collection save too if you want from your save folder if you're worried about it. So that's like the safest place to store your weapons. So like if you store your weapons in a chest in like the world or something, and then you delete your world file, or like a player who has permissions comes in and takes it or whatever, like there's a lot of ways for you to lose that item. So I kind of feel like if you really wanted to like hang on to that really special item, whatever, that has really good stats, whatever, and you want to store it, then that's a good place to do it. It just also kind of lends to more like, oh, I'm going to use like 55 prismatic stones to make sure I get the best stats possible on this level 10 iron sword, and then I'm going to drop it in my collections, and then my new hardcore character, well, no, hardcore characters can't get it, but my brand new character can grab it out of collections and then have like the best stats. And like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, if you want to take the game really, really serious, then you'd be playing like the hardcore character, and then you wouldn't have access to the collections anyway, so it wouldn't matter. But then players can just drop it in a chest, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I think I've already got this system kind of built. So what we're doing now is we actually have a new thing here. Where did it go? It must be here. Here. Okay, so now on player component, we have our item collections we store. So this is all of your collections. This is the ID and the quality. And then we're also storing the collections custom IDs. So this is a separate list of all the custom IDs. And when you drop an item in, it's supposed to find this item, put it in the list somewhere, and then find where it's at in that list. So let's say it's in slot 55, for example. And then it'll say, oh, hey, by the way, grab the custom ID from that item you just dropped in there and add that custom ID to slot 55 of this array. So then you have the array of your item, your ID and your quality in one thing. That's the struct of the collections. And then we have another array of just the custom IDs that it stores. So like that would store your enhancements and transmog or enchantments or whatever we want to add later on to the weapons. I'd be fine if stats were wiped upon storing in collections. I would be too, and if it comes to that, then we'll do that. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, in other words, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me go back. I'm missing a bunch of chat. Prestige. By the way, Kindred, I don't know if you've seen the marketing for Penguin Heist, but they've been super successful making 60-second episodic memes for TikTok and Reels. I feel like SSR's Magic would benefit from showing off role-playing aspects of the game in a similar way. Prestige, if you want to link me next time you see one, or if you have one available, let me know. Ping me or DM me or whatever you want to do. You can post it wherever you want, or even in here, I don't care. I have not seen it, but yeah, TikTok is like the one thing that I really, really, really want to get in on, and same with YouTube Shorts. You may as well just post both places. And that's something I really, really need to start working on. I just am really bad at like bringing myself to actually doing that stuff. I just have to work it into my workflow, and that's very much a personal problem that I haven't done that yet. We're good there. This is 426. We're using UE 426 because we started this game in 418, I think, or 417, maybe 416. For some reason 412 is ringing a bell now. I don't know. We started a long time ago, and then we like rebuilt the game a couple times. I want to say it was 417 that we rebuilt the last version in. I think it was 417. maybe before 18. And then we have upgraded every time there's been a new version up to 426. You know, I could be wrong. Maybe we rebuilt it in like 421 or something and upgraded to 426. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we've upgraded every single time until 426. And then when 427 came out, we knew that 5 was coming out soon. And so we were like, well, we'll just wait and upgrade to 5. Well, then when 5 came out, we kind of like dragged our feet because we were waiting for like 5.1 to make sure they like cleaned up all the major bugs with 5, because there were a lot of major bugs in the beginning. And it wasn't like production ready early on. So we decided to wait for 5.1. Well, by the time 5.1 came around, we'd already added a bunch more stuff to the game. And when we tried switching to 5.1, we got a bunch of errors for dependency chain length. So our game is old and has a lot of code in it, and a lot of programmers we've kind of changed hands with a lot of programmers over the years. And a lot of our code is like just tacked on and tacked on and tacked on. And so someone said building on top of a burial ground, and yes, that's very much true. That's how it is. So yeah, there's a lot of legacy code in here, and a lot of it is, I think, that's what Matt said about it too. Anyway, but a lot of it is like old stuff, and so we have like long dependency chains because a lot of us were kind of new to programming when we started this project, or just new to the idea of dependencies and like soft references versus hard references and things like that. Like we just didn't know how all that stuff worked because we never built a game of this size before. So a lot of it had to be restructured. And even so, like we haven't fixed a lot of those things. So UE5 is a little more strict about dependency chains, and ours are too long. And to split those apart would be a lot of refactoring, and it'd be like untangling a plate of spaghetti, and we just don't have the time to sit and do that to switch to UE5. And the benefits of switching to UE5 wouldn't be worth it. So I think it makes sense because you're just collecting them. You can store. You can still store them in a chest. Yeah. Storing items with stats still seems way better. Having to carry 6 weapons around if I want to use multiple builds makes me sad. Yeah, I agree. But like, you can't pull, like, collections are really meant to be like, it's like putting action figures on a shelf, right? Like you're like putting them back in the box, making them look all nice, setting them up on your shelf. That's the collection system, right? It's not really meant to be like, all right, let's go play action figures, and you get out your action figures and you're playing with them, whatever, and then you're like, oh, I want to grab He-Man, and you jump up on your shelf and grab the one out of the collector's box, and you unwind all the twisty ties, you know, and you get it out or whatever, and you play with it. You're not going to do that, right? That's what the collection system is meant to be. Is like you're putting in storage, long-term storage, right? You're not really meant to be pulling items in and out all the time. Of course, you can. It's fine. It's not like there's any reason you're not doing that. It's just, it's not really intended to be like a quick swap, you know. It's a long-term storage solution. So if you're like running around and you're like, oh, I'm gonna be way stronger against these guys if I pull out my slingshot and use some splash potions, and you have to go into your collections, pull out your slingshot, like just leave that in your inventory and use it as a loadout. Like sacrifice the one inventory slot to keep your slingshot out to save yourself, you know, 10 seconds of swapping items every time you want to swap weapons. It's not worth that one inventory slot. Just found the stream and yet somehow have already bought the game, as in my library. Installing it now. It's probably in your library because you probably got it through Jingle Jam last year. We were in the Jingle Jam last year, and I want to say it was 80,000 people or something like that got our game, and most of them have never played it. Because it's just like, it's such an unknown game that people don't know like what it is and like anything about it. So anyway, need something to stop me playing Dwarven Realms, which I think is also developed in UE. I've never heard of Dwarven Realms. Let's look. Is this an MMO? No, single player. From the screenshots, I'm struggling to see what kind of game this is. Oh, it's just an action RPG. This looks cool. This is a smaller game than ours. It's rare that we come across smaller games than ours. That people are like, oh, I'm trying to stop playing this game. Oh, sorry, I play on the thing like that. Okay. Anyway, that looks cool. Yeah, well, enjoy Swords of Magic. Hopefully you like it. Wait, if you clear the stats, how would you return them? Since they are rolled on adding the augments, but it's already augmented. But no, you just use the prismatic stone. But it's already augmented. Would it re-roll? Then it's just infinite prismatic stones. Yeah, when you augment a weapon, it's literally doing the exact same thing as a prismatic stone does. It does the exact same thing. It just randomly rolls it. And then when you use a prismatic stone, it just does it again. It's just re-rolling it. There's no difference between augmenting it for the first time and using a prismatic stone later on. Like it literally does the same thing. They use the exact same code. Can you just pop up a warning? I think it makes sense to not put them in collection. We can do a warning. I honestly, if the system I already have built works, if we can get it working, and obviously there's just an issue with like it's being stored. I don't think it's storing the IDs. We need to look into that. But like there's definitely some issues with it. But I'm pretty sure the issues we're running into are fixable. It's just going to take a little bit of focus on my end to do it, and I can't focus on stream. Can't you just add the custom ID to the current blueprints? All right, I'm gonna pretend that's a serious question. Here's the thing about a blueprint. First of all, we don't even store the custom ID on the blueprint. We store it on like the inventory item. So when an inventory item is created, it creates a struct of inventory item, or an array of inventory item structs, which has a bunch of information on it, which is all the stuff I was just showing a second ago. Oh man, where was that though? Right here. This is an inventory item structure, and it has all this information on it. We have an array of these. This makes up your whole inventory. So every item in your inventory has all this information on it. Some of this is just empty or null, but it has all this information stored on it. It could, but yeah. So that's what your items are made up of. The item ID looks up a data table. Where is it? Right here. And then if this is a weapon, we can, or it doesn't matter what it is, we can get like the icon from this, right? There's the icon for the weapon. We can get the level. There's a level for the item or whatever it is, right? We can get all this stuff. And we can even check to see if it's a specific thing, like a weapon. We can do cast to weapon. With this. And now we can get damage. There's the damage, right? We can get ammo type. We can get all that information from it, but this is all defaults. None of this stuff gets changed at runtime. This is all the stuff we've added to our data table. So if I open up a sword, we'll just grab an iron sword or something, weapon, sword, deep iron, perfect. This is all this information. That's what I was getting it from, right? So I have all this equipment, weapon. So here's the damage right here, 28 damage for the deep iron sword, ranged information, shield information if it's a shield. We have all this junk on here, which should have been structured better, but it is what it is. Here's the icon I just grabbed, right? That's all this stuff is in here. I can grab the cost value, I think it's called. Yep. Like all that information is there, but it's all default. So whatever is in here right now, this is permanent. It cannot be changed. So what happens is if we want to change this stuff or want to make something custom, like adding on weapon stats, because obviously we don't want to add permanent weapon stats in here or like the enhancements, then we use a custom, we use the custom ID for that. But when we spawn the weapon, we don't store all this stuff on it. We just store the ID, and then if we need information from it, we look it up, right? So this is like we don't have to download an entire website to have all the information from it, right? Like every time you go to Facebook, you don't go download all of Facebook, right? So you can look at it. You just keep it on Facebook. And then if you want to look up someone's relationship status, whatever, you go to their page and you look up their relationship status and you reference it right there, right? But those things can be changed and this can't. So that's all permanent. Anyway, but when we spawn a weapon in, that weapon is like a temporary thing and we can change things on it, right? Like we can store how many times you've hit an enemy with it and then like build up a progression thing. But every time that weapon gets unequipped again, it's deleted, it's destroyed. So when you spawn it back in again, if you want to like keep storing those sorts of things, they can't be stored there. It's gone. So that's why we have the weapon or the item inventory because you can store that kind of stuff here. So we can store the custom ID. So if you enhance your weapon, you get a new custom ID on it, or you can change the amount, right? You can't tell how many potions you have by using a potion, because like that item, like that potion spawns an effect or whatever. We don't know how many other items there are unless you look up that inventory item. Same with quality and durability. Like we don't store that kind of stuff on the actual weapon itself because it just gets deleted. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. It's not going to work unless you're... Oh, no, Alabasco, I think you're misunderstanding how the augment system versus the enhancement system works. So, all right, here, let's break it down. Okay, so let's say I loot a chest and a wooden sword pops out and it's flimsy, it's flimsy, right? There's no reason for me to be storing all the, I might use that flimsy sword for 20 minutes and then sell it, right? Or I might never use it at all. So there's no reason for me to use the extra code of rolling the enhancements and storing them on there for extra data in your inventory if you never upgrade that weapon, right? So what happens is I augment the weapon one time to get to standard, nothing happens. I still don't have augments on it. It just says they're locked, right? Or I don't have enhancements on it, sorry. So I have a standard wooden sword now, and it still says all my enhancements are locked because I don't have any yet. Now I augment it again to fine. Well, now I know, okay, well, this weapon's obviously going to stick around for a while, and now we need to know what the augments are because we've unlocked one, or what enhancements are because we've unlocked one. So we now roll the enhancements. Now we're actually storing all the information on that weapon because it's a long-term weapon that we're actually going to be using. So now we can actually take the sacrifice of like storing that data in your save file and loading it and things like that, right? Because now we're actually going to be using it. So when you augment that weapon to fine, from standard to fine, or from any level, let's say it drops at fine. First of all, if a weapon drops at fine, it rolls the enhancements immediately, so you'll just already have them. But if for some reason it doesn't, like say you have a fine iron sword in your inventory already when this this update comes out, it's not going to have augments on it or enhancements on it. And so if you are one of those players, you're going to have legacy weapons that don't have enhancements on them. And that's the only way to get those with a none enhancement on it is by having an old weapon before this update. And the reason is because if I go through all of your collections and all of your banks and all of your player inventories and all of your chests in the world and all of your community chests and all of the chests in your houses and things like that, if I look through all that stuff and I have to roll stats on every single item in those, it's going to be like a 5-minute wait time for that, right? And your game might crash, right? It's going to take forever to do that. So instead of doing that, the first time you augment a weapon, a legacy weapon, it'll roll the stats, or the first time you use a prismatic stone, it'll roll the stats. So ideally, we're going to just send everyone who's been playing the game already 3 prismatic stones to start with, so you can roll stats on whatever 3 weapons you want. The letter, like your main weapon, since you have 3 loadouts. So I was going to send 3 stones. That letter is not working for some reason. I have to dig into that and fix that bug. But that should be happening. If it doesn't happen now, I'll fix it for later. Anyway, so now, all right, so you've upgraded to fine, and now it rolls all 3 of your enhancements, right? You only get the first one unlocked at fine, but you have the other 2 rolled. They're just hidden, and they can't be. They're not impacting you in any way until you augment to excellent. Once you hit excellent, then it unlocks the next one down, so you can see them both. If you're not high enough level for that weapon, neither of them affect you, but you can still see them. They're still there. And then lastly, when you go to masterwork, then all 3 of them are unlocked, right? Now, if you want to change those stats, you use a prismatic stone, and that randomly re-rolls them, does the exact same code that augmenting did in the first place. There you go. Hopefully that explains it, and now it's less confusing. It's weird to have empties though. Agreed. Yeah, it is weird, but that's what happens in early access games. The thing is, if I spent all the time it took to go back and make sure whoever played the game had the exact same experience that's like a brand new player right now, I would take 10 times longer to develop the game. And I already take 10 times longer now that we're down to 1 person instead of 5. I'll take 5 times longer, I guess. So I cannot afford to do that. And since the game's in early access, most developers making games in early access would just wipe all your data and say, screw it, too bad. And I could do that. It would take me about 5 minutes to fix collections so they can store custom IDs, but it would clear out all your data. It would wipe out all your collections. And if I didn't care, I would just do that because it would take me it would be a lot less work, like an insane amount less work. It would take me like literally 2 minutes to do it, and it would just be done, and it would work from here on out forever. And I would never have to worry about it again. I would have to go back through and like tack all this thing on. So it's so much work. So basically, what I'm doing now is if your collection system is a bus, I explained this the other day in my testing channel. If your collection system is a bus and all your weapons and data on it are people inside the bus, right? The weapon custom IDs that store your enhancements on them is basically all of the people's luggage wrapped up with rope and it's being dragged behind the bus. That's basically how I had to code this to make this work without deleting anyone's data. And it's super janky and it's not a good way to do it. And I would never code a system from the beginning to do this, but I don't know how else to do it to save you guys your stuff. So. Oh, it's a Vampire Survivors clone. Oh, okay, cool. I probably set up the current items to if empty auto roll, but that may not be worth the effort. So there you go, Albesco. Hopefully I explained that. Hopefully I explained why that doesn't work. Crazy idea. Let's work on some new stuff. If you won't be able to focus. Listen, Soupy, if your whole reason for coming into stream is to keep me on track, it's a lost cause, my friend. You're gonna have a bad time in every stream. God, my beard is getting insane, and I have like this tuft of hair right here that's bothering the hell out of me. I don't know why that piece is so much longer than the rest of it. And like the silhouette on my shirt is bothering me. I need to go shave real quick and I'll come back. I want to see some level design for Delver's Pass. Delver's Pass is like 95% done with level design. The only thing left to do is like fix up that cave. Everything else is done. What we need to start working on with Delver's Pass is quest design. We need to be doing quest design and we need to be doing enemy work. That's what comes next. Oh, and resources. Those are like the 3 things we have to do in Delver's Pass, and then it's ready to go. Love to see Delver's Pass. I keep trying to sneak into the areas, but I haven't got past the teleport blocker. Yeah. Well, it's not loaded anyway. We do this thing where, like, for example, look at this like zone manager thing. It has, see all this junk over here I have sitting over here? This is from the zone manager thing, and I can just turn this off. Oop, and it's gone. Right? None of that stuff is there. And then I turn it back on and it's there. So that's what we do in the game. So I have all of Delver's Pass stuck in one level, in a sub level, and I just turn it off by default so it never shows up in game. So there's no way to trigger it to turn it on. So even if you did get past it, it would just be empty like terrain that I've just pushed around. So you won't see it anyway. So I wouldn't. So don't spend too much time trying to get in there because you're not going to see anything anyway. There's been one update where I accidentally left it on, and that's why you guys saw a bunch of naked NPCs everywhere. Because when I do level design, I drag in a scale template guy. I think it's called size something. Yeah, this guy, dragging this little size dummy guy. So when I'm like, oh, I'm making a forest, but I'm like, oh, how much space is there between these trees? Can a player get through here? And I drag a little player example size in here, right? And he just waves because he's cute. It's fun. It's just from an animation I have, and I just converted to a static mesh. So I drag these guys all over the place when I'm testing to make sure that they like are the right scale, and like you can jump up rocks or like get into a cave or whatever, you know, make sure things are big enough or whatever. And so when I accidentally left that on, there was a bunch of these guys everywhere, including at the gate outside of north of Sleepy Haven, where that gate is that you can't get through yet. That gate leads into Delver's Pass, and you'll be able to go through that gate soon. So there's a guy right outside that gate naked, just sitting there, because I want to make sure that, because I redid the gate during that update, and I want to make sure it's the right size. And I forgot to unload it, so he was just sitting there naked. Wipe the data gives me a reason to start the grind again. You say that, but you know how many negative reviews would get? So many people would be like, I've been playing this game for 5 years now, and they wiped all our data, and this is like the 15th time they've done this, and I'm just not playing this game anymore. Don't play this game until it's finished, and even then you probably don't want to play this game because, you know, they're just going to clear your data every 10 minutes because they want to, and they're just, you know, awful devs. They don't know what they're doing. Like, we get reviews like that all the time. Like, we can't do, it's like walking on eggshells trying to make a game in early access. And like, we have to be very, very careful what we do, because if I accidentally wipe someone's data on accident, it's over, right? Like, we did that one time and we got negative reviews. We got a bunch of people pissed off about it. People making YouTube videos about it. Like, it was just a huge mess. So it's not worth the effort. It's not worth the headache. I mean, I'd rather just spend the extra like 3 days implementing a feature that works, that doesn't wipe your data, if I can, you know? And I'll do it. I don't know. I do think that a lot of my development time does go into like making sure that existing players are still having a good time. Because like, I get that you guys are my word of mouth, right? Like, I want to make sure the game is still fun for you. And I would also like, I played Grounded for a while when it first came out, and 3 times I started the game and like I would randomly crash and my character would just be gone and I'd have to start over from scratch. And I was playing with friends, so like all of our stuff was still there, but all my stuff was gone. And that was really frustrating. And that happened like 3 times in a single session, and I haven't played since. Well, no, I think I tried it again one time, but I only played for a couple hours and that was it. And so like that killed the experience for me, and I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that's the last thing I want to do is for anyone else, is like ruin the experience for them by accidentally wiping like hundreds of hours of content or data they've been saving up, you know? So I don't want to wipe hundreds of hours of work that they've done. That's what I'm trying to say. Re-augment versus enhance. No, I get all that. Yeah, I was assuming empty was not considered a valid state. Therefore, taking an item out and clearing the stats on a masterwork item would end up with 3 empties. It would. And that would not be okay if it's valid, and no worries. So we could just, when you put items into your collections and you pull them back out, they could be re-rolled. But here's the problem with that, right? The problem is now that's a free way to just use, like, it's a free stone, right? It's a free prismatic stone. We can't just randomly re-roll them every time. He's entering his villain era. Stream chats are so weird. Present time Kindred is still talking to old Bosca. I know, it's really frustrating. It's because I take too long to explain ideas and I just like rant. Sorry. Oh, that's so funny. I'm fully aware, and yet I show up every time. I'm nothing if not persistent. Let's do some quests then. We can do some quests. We have some secret stuff to make too. This game is terrible. 20 hours played in the last 2 weeks. 600 hours played total. Yeah, that's like the majority of our negative reviews, isn't it? Like, it's like, I'm gonna play another 100 hours just to make sure it's bad. All right, just 50 more, just in case. You know, it might turn around. No, it's still bad. It's still a bad game. You should just ignore the chat and build the game, but also I enjoy the interaction. Yeah, and that's why I stream. If I didn't have the interaction, I wouldn't, like, what's the point of streaming? You know what I mean? Like, I unfortunately I stream for me, not for you guys. Our viewership has been like absolutely dead compared to like what it was 6 months ago, a year ago, maybe not 6 months ago, but like a year and a half ago or so. We used to have like 130 people in here like every day, for a while after the game launched, and then it dipped off to like 80 people, you know, and that was fine. And we did that for a long time. We had like 80 people, and that's how I got partnered. And now we're down to like 30 people if we're lucky. And so at this point, it's like, I'm not streaming for marketing purposes. I'm streaming because I enjoy talking with you guys and like brainstorming ideas and like talking about, you know, where we're going and like, yeah, and like showing off work and stuff. So like me streaming is not like, this isn't my work time to like, oh, I got to get stuff done. Like, I'm just hanging out. I'm just filling my social meter. You know what I mean? There are days where I'm like, let's just focus and get this done because I want to get something done. But like, I'm fine right now. We're not in a huge rush to get this update out. The only reason I'm in a rush right now is because I don't like that the stabs are pretty slow right now, really slow right now, and kind of unusable. Because anyone who buys the game right now and is like excited about magic, they might refund the game because the stabs suck, right? They'll be like, oh, this is pretty trash. And hopefully they're thinking, well, maybe in the future there's going to be better stabs, so it'll be faster, and I'll keep trying. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Anyways, but yeah, that's the only reason I want to get an update out like faster or like sooner. And then I'm like, well, why did I not? I should have just like patched the stabs themselves. I should have just fixed the stabs and done nothing but like one simple like staff update. But I'm terrible at this. I'm terrible at updating because I want to keep adding more and more stuff. Like Jana was like, okay, cool, we'll get the weapon stats update out, the enhancement update out, and that'll be cool. And I was like, but what if we also added treasure hunting? Because like it's almost done. And she was like, no, we don't have time for that treasure hunting too. Just get this update out and we'll do another one next week or whatever. My favorite negative review has to be the guy that couldn't get through the tutorial somehow. Yeah, I just want to fix the stabs. Also reorganize the entire combat system. Yeah. Well, I broke the stabs by doing that in the first place, and then I fixed the combat system, made it even better, in my opinion. I think it's pretty solid now. I think it's pretty solid now. If we do dual wield now, you can't wait. I swear I was just animation canceling a second ago. Yeah, you can't animation cancel anymore. Wait, I just did it a second ago. If you go right, left, and then go left, right. Didn't that time. Yep, I did it there too. I don't know how that's happening. That's a bug. That's not intended. But like, for the most part, if you're just smashing the... Well, until you freeze. Until you hang the game. I don't know why it's hanging. This just happens in the editor sometimes. It just randomly just hangs. I don't think it has anything to do with the game itself. I think it's just... I mean, it probably has something to do with the game, but it's probably most just like the engine. Just like, whoa, can't keep up. That looks like animation canceling. If you're just spamming the buttons now, you're like the chances of canceling your animation and like not doing damage with it is way slimmer now. And your attack's so much faster, it's insane. It feels so much smoother. Matt's been complaining about this for a long time. Maces are way slower. In fact, that first attack with a mace, it's like an overhand hit. Let's go look at that. Mace. Blunt weapons. I'm gonna try to fix this a little bit. We transcended animation canceling to game canceling. That's much better. That last hit is still slow, but like it's supposed to be. We should fix that. Right now, so look, here's the design. We go to the combat table here, and it has 3 attacks, right? This is the mace combo. So we have the overhand attack, the slash out attack, and then the chop attack, which is like the big smash. That one is supposed to do 80% more damage than the other two because it's so much slower. So it's like a big hit, right? So if you get to the end of your combo, then you do that big hit. However, I don't know, this keeps moving over. If you don't do like the one-handed combo like this, and you like do back and forth, you never get to that combo. It just resets your combo every time. So you can attack incredibly fast, which is probably a major problem. I don't know how to do this. Like, how do we fix this? Do we just balance everything around the fact that you can do this? So we just make weapons like a lot weaker? I'm definitely getting some major animation canceling here. How am I don't understand that. There's a global cooldown, so you cannot trigger the next attack until that until this triggers. And that's when damage happens. So right here, this thing triggers in this animation, and that's when your cooldown gets reset. I don't get it. It's weird. Why can you attack so fast with 2 weapons but not with 1? Is 2 weapons doing animation canceling after the damage part? Yes. Yeah, I mean, we could change that, but then there's no reason to dual wield. Like, the whole point, like, that's like the only reason dual wielding even works is because you can attack, right? That's a really good band, by the way. You should look them up. Anyway, but yeah, you can attack and then attack immediately afterward, and so you do bonus damage, and that's like the whole point. The thing is, in 90% of games, when you have an offhand weapon equipped, it's weaker than your main hand weapon. So like in World of Warcraft, you have to have I think you have to have specific item or like weapons they can be used as offhand, and they are a lot weaker, and they do like lower damage. And in D&D, your second attack has, or your offhand weapon has like a huge debuff, I think. Like most games do that. So you get 2 attacks, but the second one's always weaker. So I wonder if we should just do a thing where it's like, if you've canceled another animation, which I don't know how we're gonna check that. That's kind of the problem. I don't know how to like check to see if we're doing that. I guess if an animation is canceled, we can like trigger like animation cancel or whatever, and then you get like a debuff that does like 50% damage. But I don't know. I can't make offhands just do 50% damage because players can switch what's your offhand? Because like the way I play is I use my left click to attack, even though that's my left hand in game, right? Because I'm Link. So is that my offhand? Because now I have to switch my entire play style to using my right click. Because my offhand is weaker. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that. That's like kind of the problem, is that our characters are assumed to be like kind of ambidextrous, right? Like either hand works just fine, and it's up to the player to decide which hand they want to put in what they want to put in which hand. The only thing I can think is if we just apply a debuff in general if they have 2 weapons equipped. But the problem is like, what if I have 2 weapons equipped, but I only use them one at a time? That doesn't seem fair, right? Like I shouldn't be penalized for having a weapon in my other hand if I'm just holding it, right? I should only be penalized when I'm doing this. The Psycho uses right click as the primary. I mean, I agree with that, but the point is that your left click is your left hand, and some people might be like, oh, that's annoying, and they might put their shield in their left hand, right? And like that that feels fine. I played like this before many times, but I'm pretty good at I'm pretty ambidextrous when it comes to like how I play this game because I'm used to it. Maybe dual wielding gets it on animation montage. Gets its own animation montage. Oh, so you know, this is another idea that a lot of people do. A lot of people will make it so you just left click the whole game, right? And even though you have 2 weapons equipped, or whatever, when you have a second weapon equipped, or what you have is actually like daggers, right? Like you have like one icon with 2 daggers on it, and when you equip it, you get both hands, right? It just gives you 2 daggers in one hand. It's just one item that is 2 daggers, and a lot of people do that. That's how you dual wield. I don't like that. Personally, I don't like it because it feels like you're just kind of being like hamstrung. I don't know. I like the more like visceral, like immersive approach. It just feels a lot better if you can like really decide how you're gonna attack. Because like another cool thing is like having two different weapons equipped, like a mace and a sword, does give you the ability to like chain your combos the way you want. Like if you really don't want the like slow hit from the mace, you can like cancel your combo with your sword. It's just this is the problem. I just like, this is probably not important. I'm just worried about how we're gonna do damage. Like how are we gonna balance it? I guess we could have a thing where like maybe we just make your right click your offhand, and then we just like have an option in the menu like switch offhand or whatever, or like have a drop down for which is your offhand or which is your main hand, and then your offhand weapon will just automatically get debuffed. I don't know, it just seems unfair though. If your offhand item is always debuffed, it's just always gonna do less damage, and so they're like, even if you're just using it by itself, but like that makes sense, I guess, right? Because if you're left-handed, then your right hand is not going to be as good at using a weapon as your left hand. If I tried to fight you with my left hand in real life with a sword, I would get my ass kicked. Like I'm not good at that. I hate that. I use left hand as main for melee, but right click as main for ranged. Interesting. That's weird. What if I use a sword and staff? Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, then it would be your staff would be your main hand, I assume, and your sword with your offhand. And if you swap those, yeah, no, I don't think but you can't like dual wield with a staff. So maybe stabs would be, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. We can check to see if like, and I don't know. The only thing I can think is we do have, let's see. I think it's GA Attack Master. So this is the actual animation that gets played. So this is the montage. This is the animation that comes in. So this is your like your chop attack, whatever, and it cycles between your combo, right? So we get the attack montage with this thing. This tells us which animation it is. Here's the animation play rate, everything we do, right? Great. So this right here has a couple outputs. One is this just happens like as soon as you attack, you get this delay, which determines when you can attack again, right? And then that resets your combo after a amount of time, I guess. I don't know. And then you have your end ability that just finishes the ability and stops everything. You can also interrupt and cancel. So interrupting is what happens. Like let's put a print here. And then we test it. And when we dual wield, we should be getting that interrupt print. If I just attack like normal, I shouldn't be getting the interrupt. No interruption happening, so I should be able to just do full damage. When I start dual wielding, now I'm interrupting. See all those interrupts being printed up there? So we know when we're canceling the other attack. So what we could do I don't know, like that's the problem. The problem is that this is the attack that does the interrupting. So by the time this attack gets interrupted, the damage has already been done. So I guess what you would do is if you're interrupted, like when this ability gets ended, we could have like an offhand damage reset, I guess. All right, let's just try this. Let's wing it. Let's do what we can do. Let's do. Where's our GE cooldown? Cooldown. There should be a global cooldown right there. Let's go to this page. Let's go here. This is under potions. Great, wonderful. That's not what I want. Player death, attack. Okay, let's make a gameplay effect here. What is this under? We're just gonna copy the global one because it does like exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, and we're gonna go our global cooldown, drag it in here, copy it. Okay, dual wield debuff. Just let stabby boys have their fun. I mean, I guess that's a good point, right? Like, maybe we just make... No, because, like... I understand your point, but what that means is... we have to make two-handed weapons insanely strong to balance that out. And then the problem is that sword and board is now really weak, right? No, I don't think the issue is balancing between weapons, between combat styles. There is no but it does, like, Matt, I don't think that's enough to, like, how many people do you know that actually play with two-handed weapons consistently? Like, everyone uses dual wield. It's just so much more damage. Shield blocks is pretty dang OP. Yeah, but you also have to wait for the enemy to attack you. So you're completely at their... Just, by the time you wait for an enemy to attack you to parry, and that's, again, there's a huge risk in parrying too because you could miss. By the time you wait for that, you could have already killed them with dual wield. Two-handed weapons were super helpful before Simon brutalized my poor warrior forgotten. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe debuffing dual wield is not the move. Maybe it's just buffing everything else up. But I don't know. I just don't like the idea that dual wielding is like how much more damage do we do? It's insane. I want to print our damage like or like collect like DPS damage so we can see like the difference. I'm just trying to think of like the best way to do that. I thought we had a DPS dummy. I think we did, but I think it was broken. I don't think it ever worked. Oh, we do. Does this guy actually work though? I don't think it works. Let's find out. We can't even hit him. I don't know. If we interrupt an attack, we could add in a debuff. And then if the attack happens and that debuff is active, then we cut their damage down by like 30% or 40% or something, or whatever we want it to be. So meaning like as you string attacks together, each attack is weaker until you let one fully finish. Like once this delay happens, we can remove that. You know what? This delay right here is probably the reason. Should this be retriggerable delay? Is that why we're running this? Because I bet what's happening is this, like, okay, so you attack, and then this delay gets triggered. And then you interrupt the first attack after this delay has already been triggered, and it triggers this again. It doesn't cancel out the first one, so the first one will still trigger, and it'll end the ability, and then it'll trigger again, which is probably why we're running into that. I wonder if we do a retriggerable delay. I wonder if that fixes our dual wield problem, because it'll keep re-triggering it, which means it'll start the cooldown. Oh, I guess that doesn't feel very good, because then your cooldown, I think this is going to slow us way down. And we can still cancel it. We still have animation canceling, now we're just a lot slower. So that's not the solution. I do feel like this delay just needs to be separate though. Or like we cancel this delay or something, I don't know. I guess, I don't know. Like, what if we just did this? My brain tells me this is definitely not going to work either. You can stun groups of spiders easily. Yeah, I can just keep. Every once in a while I still cancel it though. I don't know. This is probably one of those situations where like I just need to be like in focus mode to fix it, but okay, let's move on to something else though. This is probably not a big deal. We probably shouldn't do this thing. Because yeah, I don't know if a debuff is the way to go. I think we try to balance around the fact that you can dual wield. I just feel like it's going to be like, especially right now that it's so much faster, I just feel like it's obviously the meta. And I don't want it to be the meta. I want all other forms of like combat to work. If they don't work, then why do they even exist? You know what I mean? If the whole game is meant to be dual wield, then why? So dual wield is at a perma 20% damage debuff since it doesn't combo. What if the first hit in a combo is point? Oh, Matt, that is thinking. Okay, that means we need to get this working though, because his damage numbers don't work. But yes, that is exactly what we need to be doing, I think. Okay, how do we get this? Let's do that. That's our goal. We have a new goal. Deanna's home now. Deanna's gonna be like, what have you done? I'll be like, nothing. We haven't done literally anything since you left. Okay, so we have BPI equipable on weapon reference gets the combo element, which is where we need this damage modifier from. So this right here is what we need. Copy this. Let's go into the montage here and go here. Open this blueprint. I have a mesh component. Get owner. We need to do some prints here. What is this? What is this mesh component? I'm pretty sure it's just going to give me a static mesh. Is it printing? Am I crazy? Is it giving me this? Oh, it's just giving me the humanoid. Okay, so it's giving me the, okay, yeah, duh, it's giving me the skeletal mesh. And I need the weapon. I guess I can do this somewhere else then. Should we put it on the weapon master? Where do we put this? Can we put it on? So this is, okay, so I have the weapon damage structure here. What does this give me though? This doesn't give me what I need. I need to know which, I need to be able to get this combo element out of, I need to be able to do this. And the weapon reference is just an actor. What is this actually? Sorry, we're in the research and development phase. This is the research phase, and then we'll get into the development phase in a second. How hard would it be to make the damage marker different depending on the hit number? I can imagine it might be a little confusing to some people when their damage numbers are all over the place. That's a good question. Okay, so this is directly on the sword itself. Okay, let's go there then. I can see what you mean by that. That also means that the first attack, that just means you have to like combo to get the big damage too. But yeah, no, that works though, right? Like the first attack like does nothing, but here's the problem. People who don't chain their attacks together, like let's say you're a tank and you're just like hitting and then you're putting your shield up, right? Like you're not going to be doing big damage, but like it's okay, right? You're in defensive mode, you're not in offensive mode, so you're not doing that damage. And then you have people like people who just like kind of do like the run and hit like tactic, you know, where you just like run in, smack them, and then you run away, and you run in, smack them, and run away. Like you're also gonna do low damage, but also I guess you're also not playing very aggressively. So like maybe that balances. What's up, mate? White mods? Oh, sorry, white mods. Good to see some. Good to see some more development of Swords of Magic. Sorry, I'm sure you also see the same issue I see with how YouTube has decided to put a heart over the top of people's messages, which is just the absolute dumbest thing I've ever seen in UI design. J.O. Lucas Luck? Zhao Lucas Luck, maybe? Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Love how complex combat rules are once you just do a thought exercise on alternate scenarios. Yeah. Yeah, our system is pretty complex as it is. Okay, so we can't do it there. We can close this. We don't need that. We don't need this. We don't need this right now. We're gonna deal with that later. I can delete all this. This is all just exemplary code. We need to go to the actual weapon master. BP weapon melee master. Where does this go from? Weapon actor. So one problem we're gonna run into with this, I believe, reset combo. Begin play, begin swing effects. Should be like a hit thing, I thought here. We need this code on our AI because they keep getting their shields on the wrong hand. We need to flip them. I thought that on here we had like, oh, on start attack. There it is. Okay. Perfect. And there's our consecutive attacks. So what we do, no, this won't work. Where are we getting, okay, where do we get damage from? We're just gonna have to trace this back. You guys ready to see this? This is a nightmare. Okay, this has been like years and years of like code being slapped on top of code, and this is gonna take for a long time to do. So we have weapon damage, which gets called nowhere in here, I don't think. We have to find where that function is called. So that is called who knows? Weapon actor. Get weapon damage info. Wait, what's this? Is this happening? Oh my god, imagine if this was just like where this was happening at. This would be huge. This is just like where the base damage was happening at. It's not even print. Oh yeah, it is. Printing 3 times over to my attack. Hold on. Okay, to test this, let's break it. Instead of getting damage here, let's break this and let's just do 100. And let's see what we get. Hi, Jana. Also, how hard would it be to make the damage marker different depending on the damage number? Oh, right. We were talking about this. Okay, we're getting a lot of variation on it, but yes, that is working. So this is just this is where we're getting our very base damage from. Okay, so we've solved this then. This is the solution. We just get the attack montage. I don't know what we're doing here, but I don't think we need to worry about that yet. There was something in this code that I needed to do the other day that I was planning on doing and I didn't get around to it, and I don't remember what it was now. And then we have our hit. I think. Do we not? Consecutive attacks. Oh wait, no, we don't need that. Oh wait, we need that. We don't need this. We just need this modifier. It's done. We have to convert this, but should we truncate or round? Let's just round. Rounding just means that if we do like 5.8 damage, we're gonna round up to 6. Truncating would just mean we do 5. Okay, so now our mace attack. Well, I guess when we're only doing 1 damage, we're not really seeing a whole lot here. So let's go spawn another mace. Naz's mace. And then we need to give ourselves some levels in warrior. And equip the mace. We're doing a lot more damage in our second hit than our third. Okay, I know what's happening. I'm guessing we need to subtract 1. Or we've already done the attack, so the combo's on the next one now. So we need to go. Uh-oh. So let's put. What's going on? What is this? This is thank you. That's what I wanted. We can put an input on this and just say get previous. Montage. Make sure that's off by default because we don't want to break anything else. We go back in here and we tick this. And then if we go with the previous, we want to do a -1 on this. False is here. True is he. Stop. True is here. I'm assuming that's what was wrong, right? Does that make sense? Now it's not working at all. Why was I getting the second one? We must have like already advanced to the next attack. But even then, that would have been making the first one or not working at all. Maybe it's because we haven't advanced the next one yet. So we need to get the next one. Maybe we need to +1. Getting the previous one, I don't know why that should have been just doing it one earlier then. Maybe not. No, that's going the wrong way. That's doing on the first one. Why would the -1 not work though? What does it start as? You could just simplify this by just doing a get a copy instead of. Oh, because I see why. We need to -1 from here because we're doing. I get it, because we're just adding consecutive attacks forever. We're not actually resetting it ever, which is fine. This whole thing needs to come over here. Yeah, false is here. True would be here, and this goes into here. We don't do this. So we just take whatever the attack was -1. That. that should fix it. Print to screen. Yeah, we'll do that next. This doesn't work. There we go. So what's happening is that, yeah, like basically where we're trying to do this was not intended to be done like this. So we have to like put in an option here. So we're doing like, if we get that extra hit in, we're doing tons of bonus damage, 80% bonus damage. Okay, so now what we do is we go to our data table and we go to, let's just go to dagger. The first hit in the dagger combo will be 0.5. Well, maybe we do like 0.7. Let's do 0.7 for now. And we'll do sword would be like this is kind of rough though. Because now it depends on like the combos too, depends on like how much damage you do. Because if we do a sword, if the first hit from the sword is like 30% less damage, that means you only have 2 hits in your combo, so you're doing a lot less damage in overall. But if you have 2 daggers, I need 2 of those. Whoop. I need levels. There's 4 hits in the combo for the dagger. So one-handed daggers is way better than like... That fixes it though, look. Dual wielding is suddenly like way more balanced. Matt. Genius. Carol's been riffing me off on my Moonblades. Yeah. If you make sword 1 equals 0.7 and sword 2 equals 1.3 balances out. Oh, that's a good point. As long as you combo, I'd even make sword 2 1.4 or something as you increase the risk of by completing the combo in the first place. Yeah. By combining, or yeah. By comboing in the first place, yes. I know, Matt says. So yeah, but now unfortunately, like it's a lot harder for me to balance now because now I have to go through and do this manually. So yeah, we do like 0.7 and then like 1.4. Whoops, not 4. We can also add cleave to any of these attacks we want, which is cool. Actually, hold on. I think let's oh wait, hold on. Don't do that. Get rid of this guy because he's broken. I want to see if this actually is working though. You should be able to cleave with the axe on the 3rd hit. Cleave definitely does not happen, even if I turn it on. There's a... Is there any way that this is going to be like an incredibly easy fix in here where we just check to see if we have cleave and put it through? No. It might be under extra tags, but I don't think so. Where are we even deciding if something cleaves? Is it in... Is it in here by chance? Is it in here? Is it not called cleave? I have no idea where this is being set up. I have no clue. I'm guessing it's happening when the weapon actually does its trace to see who it hits, which would be... There's no trace on this weapon. Let's go open up Arg's axe again. Trace point container. There's nothing in it. There's no points in that at all. Let's go to Melee Master. There we go. Add trace to point, get trace points. Our music stopped. This is on weapon component, melee attack right, get trace points. We're grabbing player pets and setting to already hit actors, so they shouldn't be hit, but that doesn't do anything. I wonder if this function just doesn't do anything. Get companion references, so this is probably working. I've been trying to use more bookmarks lately. Anyway, that's we're getting in the weeds. So I assume it's in here somewhere. Get trace points. We have the trace points. Set timer for the trace delay. Then we call melee trace. Melee trace. Melee trace. So somewhere in here we should have like this should be where we're checking this the cleave, because if we can't cleave, it should just end this here. Two-handed. That's it. Okay, so if we're not two-handed, I'm guessing this is it. If we just bypass this, and we just went like this, or yeah, if we did this, I bet you that we won't cleave if we use a two-handed weapon now. I have one. Okay, and now if we do this, I bet you we will cleave with a one-handed weapon. Okay, so what we got to do is we have to use a different way to find this. So instead of checking tags with a weapon actor, we need to do get, what was it called? Find montage? Get attack montage message. And we do add cleave. And then I don't know if we need to get the previous montage or not here. So I guess we'll test that with the axe. I think we just fixed this issue. Hey, what's up, Odd? Thinking about you yesterday. Yeah, I lurked a couple of your streams recently, but I haven't really been around a lot. Okay, we're on the wrong one, so we need to do this button. Okay, we just fixed this. Now we have to go through all of our combos and turn on cleave on all the two-handed ones. And now we have a way more control over what can cleave, which is awesome. That's so much better. Okay. Now yeah. This is like, I swear Lewis, I thought he set all this up, and I guess maybe he started it. That's huge. Yeah, that's a big W, yeah. Okay. So now we just go into our greatsword. Cleave. Only one, we don't have a combo with them, which sucks. Hammer, cleave, whistle, fishing rod, okay. Sweet. The question is, do we ever cleave with anything else? Like, we have the spin slash for the daggers. We could cleave on that one if you get to the end of your combo. Oh, and for some reason it does 1.5 times damage. 1.45 for the slash out. A lot of bonus damage there. Gauntlets could definitely use some more combo elements as well. Should we make gauntlets feel more like daggers? I guess it'd be kind of weird to have the slash out. What does the spin slash feel like on gauntlets though? What we really need is like a melee animation pack. I feel like daggers we could probably leave on one hand is big. Yeah, I mean it'll be the end of your combo, but still. Fey Iron Gauntlet. That feels kind of dumb. You're just backhanding them. Okay, we can't use that. What can we use though? Are there other, like, I want to cheat it right now. I don't want to like go through too much effort. Blunt? What does the slash feel like? We have a jab. I don't know what the difference is between jab and daggy. I guess we'll see. Maybe it doesn't do anything. Perfect for my pimp roleplay. I remember he started it, then had to drop it to focus on the magic stuff. Yeah, I think that's what happened. The last two don't feel too bad. Which one does not feel good though? The big like slam down feels really stupid with a gauntlet. What am I doing? Okay, so I don't think the chop works. That definitely has to go. Delete that. And I don't know how I feel about the overhand attack either at all. I think we get rid of that one too. But these three might work. With like the daggy, the slash, and then the I don't know why it's called daggy, but whatever. Anyway, we could also increase the attack speed a little bit on these. That might be too much. Find out. 1.2 and then 1.3 might be too much. I do think every attack in the combo after the first one should be stronger though. Okay, the jab has a delay on the end of it. We need to fix that. I think that combo just needs to kind of go back and forth. What if we took out this? We maybe swap these? That might feel a little better. But then we need to fix this one. The blend out. Oh yeah, there's 0 blend out. That's why we need to do like 0.35 maybe. And even so, that's not really like a jab. It's more of like a stab. But like, fine. We really should just go get some more animations for that one. Who made the models? I made all the models. Why are we still? That feels pretty bad. That feels pretty bad too. I don't like that one. I think the spear uses this, which I think we're going to get rid of the spears eventually. What about jab, jab, first hit? That doesn't feel too bad. That looks a lot cooler in dual wield now. That feels way better for gauntlets. Matt, I think you play with gauntlets a lot, right? Gauntlets are rogue, yes. Did I not just level up my rogue a minute ago? What? That slash for some reason is like not... I think we have something broken. We're doing... I think it's this... okay, let's try this again without turning up the speed of it. I think there's something broken here. I think when we crank up the speed, we're not like adjusting the delay. Yeah. Oh, this is a bug. I'm just clicking the same button over and over again. How did I do that? Oh my. This is definitely a bug. Okay, it's not as effective in actual combat. Okay, it's pretty effective. I don't understand. The legendary stabby McStab face. The spear jab looks kind of jank. Yeah. With gauntlets. Oh really? I thought it looked kind of cool. I thought it looked cool. I thought it looked a lot better than the dagger one. I thought he standardized attack speeds. Is it just per item type? No, it's okay. No. Let me explain. Attack speeds are not standardized, and the reason is because each attack animation is a different length. So what we did is before we used to have this code all down here, right? This has been like delayed, like bypassed now. All this code used to take the, so let's like, we put on swords and said like, oh, this is a 1 second attack speed, right? And so what this would do would basically set it up so the attack speed would be slowed down or sped up to match that 1 second attack speed we set on it. So you could attack every 1 second with a sword. So I went in and made like a new sword that was a 1.5 second attack speed. Then it would slow down the animation to 1.5 times the speed, so it would be slower and it would match the attack speed better. The problem is that we were clamping this between 1 second and 1.6 seconds. And so basically what that meant is if we made a super slow attack, you would attack with it at a clamped rate. So it would never slow down super like a lot. So you'd like attack with it at a pretty fast rate, and then you'd just be standing there for a second while the cooldown waited, and then you could attack again. So we could take off that clamp, but then all your attacks look like molasses. You're attacking like super slow because our attack rates were really slow, because like 1 second attack rate was really slow. So what I did is I bypassed that and I set it up so all of our attack rates or all of our attacks are just the length of the actual animation. And then once you get to the end of the animation or close to the end of it, it blends out. And then that's the point where the cooldown ends, and you can then loop it and start it and do your next chain in your combo, or next link in your combo chain. So what I've done is, because every single weapon in the game has a combo except two-handed weapons right now, which we will fix eventually. I will get around to fixing that. But you have a combo in all the weapons, is every single attack has a different length, right? Some of them are really fast, some of them are longer. And so I couldn't justify saying, oh yeah, this is a 0.8 second speed attack weapon anymore, because some of the weapon or some of the attacks in it might, like the mace, for example, the first couple are like 0.8 seconds or 0.7 seconds or something like really fast. And the last one's like 1.2 seconds. It's a really slow, like big slam attack, right? And so by normalizing is that what you said? How you put it? Standardizing the attack rates, what I've actually done is just set it up to say, well, maces are regular speed. They're not fast, they're not slow. They're just regular. There's a slow attack in there, but they're just regular. So I just changed it to set them up so because we only had 3 actual attack speeds set up in the data table. One was 1.35 for melee weapon, for two-handed weapons, 1 second for standard one-hand weapons, and then 0.8 seconds or 0.85 or something like that for daggers, or 0.75 or something. I don't know what it was. Anyway, so I just set it up so if it's a 0.75, it just says it's fast now. And then if it's 1, then it says it's average. And if it's 1.35, then it says it's slow. And the reason for that is because there's really no reason to try to like show you the average attack speed of all the combos. That's just annoying to do. Like, we could do it. I could just grab all the combos or all the animations in the combo and give an average speed, but that just like isn't very representative of what like an attack speed is. And so instead I just decided, let's just make it more casual and just say fast, average, or slow. I just feel like that's easier to understand for players when they just look at a weapon and go, oh, this is a fast weapon. Like, there's no reason to know exactly how long it takes between attack speeds, because we're not calculating DPS. We're not doing any complex, like hardcore, like damage calculation stuff. We're just, for players anyway, there's no reason to do all that stuff. So we just simplified it. I simplified it. So yeah, so now we're just attacking at the speed of the actual attack. So that's why we're running into weird bugs with the jab here, is because I sped it up too much, or probably because I did this. Because I probably overlapped the combos too much. Anyway, Matt, you said you didn't like the jab? Yeah, I still get stuck. I think I see what you're saying, because it looks like you're just kind of like, you're not like slashing anymore. Maybe we just do slashes. What was your idea? I would vote for the current animation. Okay, that was the daggy. How about we just do 2 daggies and a slash? I don't know. We'll do that, I guess. That evens out. Okay, we can't break it anymore. Something about that one attack or that one animation was breaking things. So I wonder if spears are broken too. You can't. Can you dual wield spears? I think you can. Honestly, I think spears are gonna just get deleted. I don't particularly like the Fey Iron designs. Those are just like the first ones I like see that I'm just grabbing. No, they're two-handed. We need to fix that. This is like one of the most annoying things to me ever. Because when you drag this out, you can't put it back in this hand. I think it's because when you drag it out, it doesn't unequip it until you let go of it. The only reason spears are good is because of this extended reach, so you can hit 2 enemies when they're right next to each other, or 3 like this. That's the only reason spears are even like useful. They're just like garbage. If you see the attack animation, it's hard to see it, but it like swings the spear out. You actually have a lot of reach with the spear. It slides it to the end of your hand. Like, see where you're holding the spear right now? Like I'm holding it right there. I can't look at the attack from the side because it snaps my camera over. But that's where my hand's at right now. And when it actually attacks, look where the hand's at now. It's like slides it way down. You have a much longer reach. But it's like, even so, it's still not as long as a two-handed weapon. And this is a two-handed weapon, and it attacks so much slower. I think they're gonna be cut just because they're annoying. Like, they're not fun to use. No one really uses them. I've never really seen anyone like using a spear, like maining a spear. Like, I've never seen anyone use them. The only reason I think we have to keep them, to be honest, is just because they balance out the classes. Anyway. All right, well, what else we need to balance for sword, balanced, axe. Let's do 0.7. 1 and then 1.4. That's fine. Mace, 0.7. 1 and then 1.8. Ace is pretty strong on that third hit. I love this. This is such a good idea. Oh, shield modifier gets a 0.5. That's interesting. We could actually have shield bash combos. I mean, it'd be really cool. Like, okay, we're not doing this. This is feature creep. But how cool would it be if we had in the warrior tree, where instead of a shield bash, you could throw your shield, and it like throws Captain America style, then comes back to you. That'd be pretty cool. Do you do analytics on that sort of stuff, weapon usage and whatnot? We had analytics at one point for quests. The problem is that maybe I'm just dumb. I don't know, but we could not. None of us on the team, for the life of us, could figure out how to sort the data of our like quest data that we had using the tool we were using. We were using PlayFab to do it, I think, or no, we were using Game Analytics, which is like an app for that or like a tool for that. But we could not figure out how to sort the data to be useful. Like every time we like sorted it, it would just show like all of the quests. Let me see if I remember this correctly. It would show like all of the quests listed across the bottom and then how many times they were done. But we could never like that, like, no, that wasn't it. I don't remember. Whatever it was, we could not figure out how to like structure the tables. And we probably had set it up wrong. I'm sure we did. But I could not figure out how to structure the tables in a way that was actually like useful data. Like it was like impossible. So it just wasn't worth the effort. So we still have it set up so when you start the game, it asks if it's okay to collect data, just in case we add something like that later. But we're not collecting data right now, or we might actually still be collecting data, but we're not doing anything with it. There's no bow combo because ranged weapons are used, like do different things. There's a crossbow option in here, but it doesn't do anything. Should wands have damage modifiers? I think we have to go set them up manually. I'm gonna say no. Dual wielding wands, I don't think is much faster than just single wielding a wand, is it? How much faster is it to dual wield a wand? I'm pretty sure where the magic is set up, I can do something very similar, but it is a different thing. But I'm pretty sure I can do like the same thing basically. Come on. What are you doing? Come on. Are wands broken? Do we just crash the game? You guys break wands? What did you do? Test it, he says. Test it and see what happens. Like he knew. Like he knew it was gonna crash the game. That's all his idea. Magic is its own thing, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think like dual wielding wands is really like, I don't think it'll be, I'm pretty sure we're gonna set up wands to be a lot weaker than stabs. I think stabs are gonna get a big, I don't know. I think we might actually go through spell books and buff up the spell books and leave wands or leave stabs where they're at damage wise. Well, it depends. Everything's gonna get a balance anyway. And then I think wands will get like a 70% damage, like nerf, because wands are really meant to be getting your mana back, not doing big damage. But you can play with wands are like the daggers of magic, right? And then stabs are like a two-handed weapon, kind of. I guess they're just like a one-handed weapon, but still. But I don't think it's going to be necessary. It is opening though, by the way, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's going to be necessary to set up the damage mitigation on the first attack for wands. I don't think. Spears could be good if they're faster. But like spears aren't really meant to be faster, right? I think if we're gonna keep spears in, they just need to do more damage. I think spears are kind of like, they're a slow weapon. They just need to be doing a lot more damage. They're a big, heavy precision weapon, And even when you fight, like, we could have a slash attack for spears. That actually could be a really good way to solve spears, is giving them like two jabs. Maybe we'd like try the daggy one and see what that feels like. We do like the first jab or the daggy one, and then we do the jab we have right now with like extends, and then we do a slash. Maybe in like maybe we just do like the spin slash again. I know we've used that a bunch, but like we could use that again and then turn cleave on that one. And then you'd have, that would be big damage. Then that would feel a lot better, because then you'd have two, and we could make the first two attacks more damage, and then the cleave one do like half damage. So you're like the benefit of getting that last trigger would be like to spread that damage around. It'd be like 0.7 damage, I guess, 0.7%. Sure, let's open all our things. What's up, Risky Biscuit? Been a while since I could catch a stream. How's it going? It's going pretty well. How are you? We're just slowly chipping away. We're doing some kind of tweaking some damage or some combat stuff right now. But open all my stuff up in different tabs. Really nice. Okay, we don't need collection stuff open. Weapon actor is done with that. Bull done with that. Target's axe, we don't need that. We don't need the... We might need that. Melee master, I think we're done with this. I wish I remember where we put that the like two-handed stuff we were just playing with. We don't need this. Oh, we didn't save this. That's okay. Okay, so let's try this spear. This one would be, oh, actually we're gonna swap these. So this one goes down here. This one would be the daggy one. And then this last one, we could just do a slash for it. Let's try the spin though. I want to see what the spin slash feels like first. And then the damage modifier would be like 0.7. And I think this needs to be 1.35 according to a couple of the other attacks. And these two would just be like doing full damage. Maybe in the extended would even be like 1.2 damage maybe. Spears I feel are almost impossible to properly portray in video games, as their main advantages is reach and control. Yeah. Yeah, I think in some games it works really well, not so much in our game. Okay, we should have saved everything first. Oh my god. No, we need to we need to fix this. This is a problem. Like, jeez. This is gonna be a major problem. Whose idea was this? What is that mana regen like? Probably pretty insane. I don't have any spells. I did 16 damage. Oh wait, I'm not doing damage. That doesn't count. Oh, these are chaos. They're hold on. I'm dumb. That's why it doesn't do anything. What? Did he just miss me? Look at my health. Yeah, it only counts when it actually does damage, which is good. Yeah, chaos spells or chaos staves and wands heal you instead of giving you mana, because you don't use mana when you're using chaos spells. It's kind of insane. I mean, it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like super overpowered, but it's... Nope. Where's the other wand? Yeah, like I'm not like crazy overpowered with it, because I'm only doing 1 damage too. But like, yeah, look at my mana going up. But like, that didn't do much damage. Whereas like, if I had the staff equipped, that should do a lot more damage. You know what's crazy? Okay, here's a crazy idea. Crazy idea. What if you just couldn't cast spells with wands? Or what if we made wands one-handed? Or two? What if we made... No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. We just leave it. Who cares? Like, we could make... I think we just make the wands do a lot less damage. I think when we do the damage, like, refactor thing, which is going to be here soon, like, the next couple weeks, I think we just make... I think we just make the wands do a lot less damage. They'll just get... Like, the staves will get a little bit of boost, and the wands will get, like... They'll get, like, cut in half. Because like the whole point of them is like super fast attack speeds, right? You're like a spell slinger, but you're not like getting. Oh, you're not getting the damage, so it's fine. It's fine. They're just like a good way to get your mana back really fast. It's a good like. Yeah, that's it. Chaos wands should still need some decent damage though, since they don't give mana, right? They heal you though. And you don't need mana if you're using chaos, because you need health. We need more chaos spells. That's like the fix right there, right? Like, we only have so many chaos spells. What do we have? We have Chaos Splinter, which sucks right now. Charge doesn't do anything. We don't have that one yet. And then we have what's the other one that Matt likes a lot? Dark Pact. And then there's another one. What's the last one? Is there another one? Now we have the totem. Well, we will have the totem. So that gives you Chaos Sickness. Dark Pact is insane. But yeah, so I use a bunch of my health to do that, and then like you'd have infinite magic. It's like you have infinite magic with chaos staffs. They don't need any buffs. They're good. They're chaos ones. The fire should be colored purple. And the totem shouldn't be fire chaos spell. No, because you're using no, it is. It is. I understand you think it should be a mage spell, but it's not. Chaos is not just purple. Chaos is like more than that. I know it seems like it's just supposed to be like dark magic, but it's not. So the whole point of them, the whole point of the Revori using chaos magic is that they understand how to use it in a way that isn't damaging. That isn't like corrupting and like terrible, because they learned it the right way or whatever. It was the humans and orcs who like discovered it and like twisted it and made it like evil or whatever. So they're balancing chaos and order together to become shaman, and that's like they're shaman. That's what their whole thing is. So they're going to teach you about the balance of chaos and order and how like it's important, and they're going to give you chaos and order spells that can counteract each other. Because if you use wrong one. If you use the totem of life and the totem of fire together, you can balance it out. Right? It's balance. Gotta play with some more chaos stuff next. Well, we need more chaos stuff in the first place. There's not enough chaos stuff. I freaking love these totems though. Oh my god, they came out so good. I'm just kind of tooting my own horn about them, but I think they're pretty solid. They look really good. The effect works really well. Like it could have done like I could have done different things with it, which probably would have worked even better, but I think they came out pretty good. They look cool. Anyway, we were supposed to be testing spears. I think I turned on cleave for that one. I used a bunch of totems at the Gobbo camp and cleared it in less than like 45 seconds. It was so fun. Yeah, and you can get really crazy with it. And yeah, that's the reason I like some of the totems being chaos and some are being order, because like order use magic, but the chaos uses life. So I don't know. I think it works out really well. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it feels a little, off. Maybe it's gonna feel like a bug. I'm still tempted to just make them druids, but the problem is I just don't want to go from one area where you're like, cool druid stuff, and then you go to the next area and you're like, cool druid stuff. Do you guys have any other ideas? It's like, I really like the idea of like the shaman thing. Just one spear. That feels so bad. That feels so bad. Especially the daggy one. We could make a varied version of the spin slash where the thing is a lot longer. Burst heal scales crazy. We need healing spells and DOTs to scale. Burst heal is very broken. Let me show you why. Watch this. And I don't know why this is happening. Let's make it green so we can really see it. Ready? What? Hold on. No. Is this just magically fixed? No, it is not. It's very broken. Trying to like do fall damage to not kill yourself, but take enough damage to actually test something is stupid. This was just broken. Is it broken in multiplayer? Oh man, I just realized that we probably should have tested. We should probably test the cleave stuff in multiplayer. No, it should work. It'll work. Pretty sure it works. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we just demonstrated there a little bit, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it heals twice. It doesn't. What the hell? I must have fixed it. I swear I was trying to fix it and I couldn't figure it out, so I just left it alone. But I guess I fixed it. It was working. Sorry, it's not broken. I guess it's working as intended. Or it'll break next time I check it when I'm not on stream. I don't know. Works fine. It was, last time I checked it, it was healing like 5 times. It was just like it was giving you like 5 heals. So if you're ever using it and you see like a bunch of numbers pop up, like 3 or 4 numbers pop up, then it's broken. It's healing multiple times and it shouldn't be doing that. We need healing spells and DOTs to scale. Okay. Let's look at that. We fixed our, what was the other thing we were doing? We fixed it, right? We got our things working. We kind of balanced our dual wield too, which is really nice. You know what? I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. And we're gonna come back and we're gonna look at that. I'm just gonna use the bathroom and refill my water and stuff. We're saved. But yeah, we'll come back and we're gonna look at scaling our like damage over times. We'll look at that. We'll see if that's gonna be easy. Good day, guys. Oh hi. A level 30 Mystic Burst heals me for like 110 HP. That's more HP than I've ever had. Is that because of your level though, or the staff you're using? Well, we can look into that too. I don't remember what causes that. Status trigger. I think it's the trigger that does it, but I don't remember the trigger. Oh, I guess it does care about the damage. I should have commented this because this is probably not actual damage. This is probably something else. We'll probably get it from the actual spell we cast. Okay, anyway, I'll be right back. Was it a crit heal also? I don't think you can do crit heals, can you? I don't think heals can crit. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. Gianna. Well, we got my mom and my grandma bought Quinn a stroller wagon thing for his birthday, and Gianna got it in the mail today, so she went and put it together. She wanted me to check it out. Anyway, and then here in a few minutes, Gianna's gonna drop off Quinn in like half an hour, and we're gonna hang out with Quinn for a little bit while we chat, and then she'll come back and get him when she gets home from picking up Abby. So you guys get to hang out with Quinn for a little while. We'll see though. We'll see how long the last time I have to take a break and leave with him, because he doesn't like sitting still. Weapon does matter, yeah. Okay, Staff of Cheering heals for half of my Purified Wand healing. Okay, cool. I mean, that's good. It's supposed to be doing that. Definitely not a bug. I just wasn't sure if that was actually set up correctly. So yeah, that makes sense actually for heals, for healing like that working. Does the healing aura do the same thing? Does it depend on what weapons you're using? And yeah, burst heal might be a little too much. We might have to scale that back a little bit. I don't even know what like it does. For gameplay, probably on this. Gotta be. There's no like effect on this. Huh. I don't know how this actually works. Pretty sure I built this and I forgot how it works now. This is one of those situations where things get, you like make them and then you don't touch them for like 6 months and then you like forget entirely how they work. Because I could have sworn there was like, when you have a status trigger like this, you have a spot where you put in what the effect is. Oh, right here. Yeah, see right there. Heal order. I know how it works. Let's see how this scales. So we're setting health 1 by the power level, and the power level is just linear. So what is the level then? I guess that's the question. Oh, my UI just reset. That's weird. Only burst heal and druid mushrooms have scaling heal. So do the druid, wait, hold on. Can you even get the druid mushrooms right now? Were you asking about healing symbol? That's what I meant, yeah. No, you can't. Spoilers. We need to put that in if it's working. Is it working? How did you even get it, Matt? Is it a spellbook? Have I already like made that into a spellbook? I'm honestly sick of them being called tomes, by the way, because we all just call them spellbooks. I think we should just rename them all to spellbook. The skill. Oh, right. Thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's fine. You can spoil that. It's not a big deal. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, we're putting the level in here. And then I guess we're triggering it. I don't know how we're triggering. I don't know. That's fine. So that's working. But how are we getting this payload? We're getting this payload through. All caps burst heal. Glyph spell burst heal. Probably here. Yes. Damage payload. So what are we, how are we getting the payload? Glyph, weapon damage multiplier. So this is the spellbook damage multiplier. So we have that on here. Ammo, glyph. Glyph weapon damage multiplier, so it's 5. So 5 times your weapon damage is the healing it does. That's the reason the scales so awkwardly, and it's going to get worse and worse. And then then now that's it. That's the whole thing. It's just that multiplier. So we just take our, well, hold on, let's see. Roll damage. Is this the payload? No. So we take the damage of our, this is our weapon reference. This is our staff damage, base damage, roll damage in here. So this does care about attributes too. So if you have high willpower, this is going to affect your burst heal. And then we multiply that by the weapon damage. So that's times by 5. So you do your willpower first, then multiply weapon damage. We are maximized. Oh wait, why are we doing whichever is higher? Okay. So it's a minimum of 1. That's all we're doing. We're just clamping it to 1 and whatever this is. And then we're truncating, and that's the damage. So yeah, that's how we do that. So I do think maybe this 5 times weapon damage might be too much. But the problem is, the reason it's 5 times, like 5 times weapon damage, is because early on you have like 60 health, or well 40. I think you start with 45 health, right? And you have a staff that does 1 to 2 damage, so you have to be doing 5 times that to do 5 to 10 damage when you're healing. But like that scale is going to be bad because you're also scaling with your willpower, and you're going to be scaling. Yeah, that's going to be rough. I noticed you fixed fireball impact damage the other day and was super pleased. Maybe I did. I don't know. Healing symbol, mending fairy, and healing totem are flat heals. Let's go look at mending fairy. Oh, this is the GE. So it scales based on health. That should really be scaling based on 1-to-1 as well, but let's go see how it's actually like spawned in. Well, what does it actually do? Life fairy. Okay, glyph data, calculate damage payload. So we are getting the glyph weapon damage multiplier here. This is the same thing we're multiplying. So this should be scaling, because we do have a payload, but we're not spawning with a payload. Fairy position and spell. Event tick. Schedule next zap. Find nearest and zap. That's such a terrible name. Okay. Is hittable. Find nearest or find lowest health in array. So there's the damage payload. So let's promote this to a variable. And let's expose it on spawn. Compile. Go back here. Refresh this. Nope. What? What are you doing? Why did you not work? Oh. Because this is... Well, this should be working. Why is this not exposed? Either this duration or proc frequency. Oh, I know why. The problem is we're using this like server spawn code, which is important. The problem is we don't have a clue what the class is going to be, so we can't just spawn whatever we want. We really should be doing this spawn AoE spell, because then we can push a payload through. I wonder if we just switch to that. If we just switch to client multicast spawn AoE spell? No, that won't work. Just this one. This one right here. Client spawn AoE spell. What if we did that? What? We can't. This isn't like a thing. How come we can do that one? Player component? Oh. Wait, what? How is this even working? Oh, this is on the player component. Oh, duh. I'm dumb. And then the class would be Life Fairy. Cliff. Pardon me? Why? Okay. Oh. This is why we can't do that. We can't use this because this is a non-AoE. This is only allowing us to spawn a BP spell AoE master class, and this fairy is not. It's a base. This is the base class. This is just like poor preparation. So there's a couple things here we could do. We could either make a new thing, like we have this like for already for Stormora, because we're doing this is the same issue. So we could have like we could have like a client server spawn like generic spell or something, and then put the payload through. And then, but that, yeah, I guess that could work. It won't work. No, I guess we could. We could just have the payload push through, and then after the end, like we just do like a set payload thing, which would be like a, I don't know. That's not a good idea. We're not doing that. I don't know how to fix this one. No incentive to upgrade staves. The incentive to upgrade staves is they do more damage on your base hits. And also, Matt, when you upgrade staves, you get stats on them. I'd be okay with that being a no, but I'd also... Wait, hold on. Hold on. What am I missing? I'm thought I was caught up. I'm not. Have spells use a base plus scaling function. That's what MMOs and RPGs do, like 20 plus 0.5 times weapon damage. I see what you mean. Yeah, that could work. Maybe you could use healing purely on weapon level. I don't feel like an aggressive staff versus a healing staff should change my heal amount. I do. I think if you're using an order staff, you should get a bonus. Because like then what's the point of having a different type of staff? What spell slash heal damage was tied to class level, not weapon damage? Yeah, we could do that. I don't know how we would display how much damage it does, though. I guess we just show. Yeah, like how does a player know that leveling up will increase that? Like, why should my fireball do more damage if I'm level 1 mage with a level 30 chaos staff? It won't. Matt, it won't, because your damage, your chaos staff is clamped to the damage you can do at level 1. Right? It gets the damage there, but that damage is based... Oh, wait, maybe you're right. Hold on, let's test that. So we need an order staff. What's the best order staff in the game? Purified? The purified staff? We'll just do masterwork, I guess. And then we need yeah, I guess it doesn't matter, right? We'll just go our mystic level 0. Equip this. We need to take damage. Can't heal ourselves at all if we don't have damage. Okay, now let's see how much this heals for. 16. Yeah, I think you're right. Because that does 20 to 39 damage. So why did I just heal for 16? No, that should be right. I do 5 times, right? No, that's the wrong one. Five times weapon damage. That's right. So if I rolled a 3 times 5, that's 18. Or no, that's sorry. 3 times 5 is 15. My bad. So I probably rolled like a 3 point something, or maybe, or I don't know. Maybe I have a bonus because I have stats or something. I have no stats, so I don't know where I got the bonus from. Wait, why do I have? No, never mind. Okay, but now let's give ourselves mystic levels. I think that's highest level. And now we cast it again. Sorry, we just need to light ourselves on fire. Okay. 110. So it is based on your weapon. So now let's go halfway. But it's based on your level. Oh, I didn't see it. Did you see it? Am I crazy? 87. It's entirely based on your level. So that's how it already works. But it takes your weapon's damage into account as well. I missed a ton of chat. I think I caught up though. I think that was late. You need to test with a damage spell like Lightning Strike. Use a max level Chaos Staff and keep Mage at level 1. Level is tied to weapon damage. I know it is. No, weapon damage is tied to level, not level tied to weapon damage. Okay, wait, you're telling me that like spells don't care about your level? Or damage spells do? You need to test with a damage spell like Lightning Strike. Use a max level Chaos Staff. Why would I use a Chaos Staff? Why would I use a Chaos Staff? What does that matter? Why would a max level chaos mage make my mage spell stronger? Because you're using a staff that is more powerful based on how well you are at, how good you are at using it to cast the spell. The spell comes through the staff. That's how you're casting it. You have a book. The magic comes from the book into the staff, and you're channeling it out of the staff to cast the spell. So if the staff is powerful, the spell is going to be powerful. But if you're casting a mage spell from a mage staff, it should be more powerful. I get his point. If I put on a high level fire staff, why is my healing better? If I put on an order staff, why is my fire better? Because it's a powerful staff. Sherman, sorry I missed your message there. Could I get your video link on YouTube for your blueprint video? You should be able to just click on my YouTube thing right there. You're on YouTube watching me, so just click my name and scroll through my videos. I only have like 70 videos on there. It shouldn't be hard to find. But what blueprint video? I'm not sure what blueprint video you're talking about, and I'm sorry I didn't respond sooner. I always forget. I always miss YouTube chat. Only 70? Yeah, I think so, right? Isn't that right? 70 is not that many. How many do I have? 75 videos. And I think some of those are hidden. But you see 4 in a row. I've already looked through 15. Oh, 12. 16, 18. Like, I've already looked through, like, you know, a quarter of them. If you're looking for this, are you looking for why I chose Unreal? This one? Like, why I chose Unreal Engine 1? That's the only one I know that I like, look, this is all the videos. It's not that hard to scroll through them all. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm not saying the 70 is not a lot. I'm just saying, like, it's not like there's, yeah. Look at this absolute trash dead video. Not even 1,000 views in 2 months. And then I drop a devlog and it's like, boom. I mean, not that 9,000 views is like crazy or anything, but like, it's just funny. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know which video you're talking about. This is the only one I really talk about blueprints, I think. I mean, I'm sure I talk about blueprints in like most of them because I'm talking about like game production, but or game development, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's the link for my blueprint class is not out yet. I'm not even, I don't even have a blueprint class. Sorry, I don't even have a blueprint class. I'm making a modeling course and it's not going to be done for like at least a month and a half. At least that's the minimum amount of time I think it can be done. I suppose you could add a bonus if the staff type aligns with the spell type in addition to the staff level. That's kind of what's supposed to be happening. Honestly, I think that there's just like too much going on with the spells. Like, you have to worry about your class level, you have to worry about your staff level, you have to worry about like all those things. But that's why I think we did damage, is because it makes the most sense to be like, oh, well, I'm level 15 mage and I'm using a druid wand that requires level 20. So I'm not high enough level to get the damage out of it. So if I try to cast a spell with this, it's going to be really weak. Even if it's a mage spell, because it's a bad wand, right? Or because I'm not strong enough to use this wand yet. So I think it makes perfect sense that your damage, no matter what type it is, directly impacts that. We could go in and say like, oh, if it's the same type, then you get a bonus, like you get 20% bonus from that damage. And that could work. But I think if we try to add too many things on top of it, it's going to get more and more complicated. That sounds good. Magic should be involved. It depends. I think magic is the most complicated way to play the game. and it is the most difficult to play. Like, it's definitely the most challenging. And by the time we're done with making all the spells that I'd like to put in the game, I think it'll be the most rewarding. Swords and magic and spreadsheets. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid too. Hold on, I missed some chat. At this point, or I get his point, if I put a high level fire staff, why is my healing better? If I put on order staff, why is my fire better? So really a spell tome does not have a class as is because they don't have a bonus for matching. They do have a class as is, and they do have a bonus for matching. But the problem is that when this was designed, that was kind of brushed off. It didn't really like make it in. And I'm sure that was just because we were in a rush. So Lewis didn't get around to it. And so it's been implemented, but it has to be implemented on every single spell manually. It's not just an automatic thing. And so when Lewis put all the first beginning spells in, it was not implemented at all. So there's no bonus right now, but the bonuses are being added in as I get to them. So whenever I make a spell, that bonus was added in. For example, the Spirit Wolves get a huge bonus if you're using, you get like a 20% bonus in like their lifespan if you use a Druid Staff, I think is what it is, when you cast it. Stats are inherently magic and are tuned to specific magics. Yeah, I think the staff, I have no idea what I'm saying. No, you're right, Odd. That's exactly what's going on. I get how it works as is, and we could just be okay with it and fix scaling maybe with a curve and applying it to the other healing spells, but it's weird that it says order magic, mystic, and your level in mystic does not matter at all, and you don't need an order staff. I mean, okay, there's a lot of things we could do to restrict this, right? Like, yeah, we could make it so you have to use an order staff to cast order spells. But what that means is then you have to swap between your staves all the time. So now if you want to use magic, you are now stuck with, like, let's say you like, how many tomes are there? Blizzard, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't think those ones count. About 20. Let's say about 20, because I know that some of these are not spells, and like Chaos Charge and Life Charge aren't in the game yet. So let's say there's about 20 spells. And by the time the game's done, there should be like 50 or 60 spells, at least, right? Like there should be probably more than that. So let's just say that there's 60 spells in the game. Well, right now, let's just say there's 20, and you want to have all 20 on you as for versatility's sake. But now you have to have 4 different stabs on you for each three different stabs on you for each magic class, right? And that means you also have to have them all leveled up. Otherwise, those stabs don't do much. Like, that doesn't feel good. That's way too much junk you have to have. You know about the wolf bonus? Yeah, that seems like the right direction. Yeah. So I think it does make sense. No, you're fine, Sherman, by the way. Sorry. Again, missing YouTube. Why are you wearing a hat inside? I like hats. Why can't I wear a hat inside? Because I don't want to get up and do my hair today. I'm live streaming. How old are you? Why are you questioning why I'm wearing a hat? Question is what hat brand is it? It's Jackson Hole, Wyoming hat brand. Because I got it in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Hi. Hi.
Okay. I'll be back quickly.
Hello. Bye, have fun. Alright, Jan's going to get Abby. So we're hanging out with Quinn for minutes. We can't do any programming because he doesn't like that. You can't see his face. Sorry. I'd like to fix it, but it's going to be a pain. We could hold on, maybe I can lower the desk. I'm nervous though. There. Lower the desk. Yeah. How do you feel about the magic stabs, Quinn? I just bought a Carhartt hat because I had to get a new coat also. Nice. And might as well, right? Was Kindred in the military and you never mentioned it? Was I in the military? No. Why are you asking? What? I don't understand what I miss. Why are you asking me that? Where's Quinn's hat? He actually has a hat. We actually have a matching hat. It's a military thing? Wearing hats inside is a military thing? Well, when I was growing up, we weren't allowed to have hats in to wear hats in our school because it was like considered rude. Or and like hats in church was also a thing. I didn't go to church as a kid. I went a couple times, but I had a lot of friends who went to church. What? Sorry, he's very excited to be here. What? Hi. Oh, I didn't know you had a hold of that. Sorry. So anyway, yeah, I wasn't allowed to wear hats in church either, but I didn't wear hats a lot as a kid. And then when I was older, I was told growing up that I looked really bad in hats. And so I just always avoided hats. And then one day, like as a joke, I put a hat on in a store and Jana was like, "You look really good in that." And I was like, "No, I don't." And I thought she was joking. And then I looked in the mirror and I was like, I don't look bad in hats anymore. I don't know what happened. And so I started buying hats. And so I've been wearing hats a lot lately because it's like a style I was never able to do growing up. Right, I see what you're saying, Brendan. No, I think he meant that Donkey in YouTube was saying, "Why are you wearing a hat inside?" That's a military thing. That people in the military aren't allowed to wear hats inside. Just seems like one of those things that's like, who cares? What does it matter if you have something on your head or not? I guess if I was going to like, you know, I don't know, my wedding, that'd be pretty silly to wear a hat, right? But I'm not on my wedding. I'm just live streaming in my office. You guys like his bluey sweater? A funeral wouldn't be the place. Right. What about a bonus based on class level? So keep weapon damage scaling as is, but lower it a bit. And just add bonus based on your level in that class that casts the spell. Unless it already scales based on that. And I'm not understanding. It does scale based on that because your weapon... Oh no, I guess it doesn't. You're right. Yeah, I don't know. I hate to like rebuild all this right now. He has a hat, but he doesn't wear a hat. He does sometimes. He pulls it off. If I put this hat on him, he'll pull it off too. He's just like, "What are you doing? Here, you wear it, Dad." Thanks, buddy. Boo. You're so funny. You got a hold of it. What are you gonna do with it now? Do you prefer subs or Patreon when people want to donate? I think Patreon we get subs I only get 50% of. So if you donate, if you subscribe to the channel, I only get $2.50 out of the $5 you spend. So that kind of sucks. Patreon I get like, I think it's like 75% or 85%, somewhere in there. The best way is just donating because I only take like the 5% or whatever off Patreon or off of a PayPal. But Patreon's nice because it's like recurring. A lot of people like will just stay on there and like donate, you know, monthly, and that's handy because then it gives me an idea of how much money we're going to be bringing in addition to the game sales. Because game sales are totally like, they're so volatile. Who knows? You know, this month we might make $1,000, and that's not enough to pay any of our bills. I'm dying. That's so cute. Yeah, I don't want to say babysitting because I'm his dad, but we're hanging out with Quinn while Mom's gone for a few minutes. We're training. We're in game dev training right now, or maybe live stream training. I don't know what we're doing. We need to say Swords of Magic is a Pal World clone. Pal World's blowing up right now. There's lots of stuff on Pal World. It looks, to be honest, I watched like 10 minutes of gameplay and it looks janky. I don't know. To me, it looks really janky. It looks like they're like number 4 top wish list. The combat looks really janky. Like it looks like not very fluid. We should push escape because this is the music's playing stuff. Getting tome staff same class buffs would be good enough. We need a way to like build it so all of like that stuff is just like it just happens on its own. Because it's too tedious to like build every single spell and have to figure out how we're gonna get like the damage payload and stuff in there. Like that's tedious. Like hey, you can't have that. You can't have that. Should we stand up? Would standing up be better? We're going up now. But I'm scared. It's okay. Everything's fine. We're good. I'm watching my light. It's a stand up. There. Oh, you can see now. You can see the rest of the room. Power is going to have a lot of updates after launch. Is it releasing in early access? He's a Wrigley baby. Yeah, he is. What is the whole arcane toy box stuff? I do make game assets. I'll show you. Oh god, I just realized my mic was like on my keyboard. It doesn't want to stay sitting up. Okay, hopefully you can hear me there. Hang on, I'm pulling it up. It's just this. So this is my. They're all grayed out because I own them technically. But this is my Unreal Marketplace store page. I only have the four items up right now, but I'm just making assets and selling them here. So that's it. It's nothing complicated. I'm just making assets on the side when I have time, and I sell them. So. This is the Quinn one. Quinn's not blonde, I know. I just named it after him. There's just some characters, some weapons, and stuff. That's it. We did a Halloween one. I'm actually behind. I need to put some on Patreon. So if you're asking about the Patreon thing, I do a monthly mystery asset. They're not being sold on the marketplace. They're just for the Patreon, and you can download that each month for whatever you want to use. I know you don't want to be in my arms anymore. We have to stand here still. Here, play with this. Have this guy. What is it? This one? Oh no, this one's invisible. It's a turtle, but it's invisible. For him? You want this one? The ghost. Anna made these for me. And the invisible turtle. But yeah, if you're on Patreon and you sign up for the Arcane Toy Box one, then you get the access to the monthly asset mystery packs. So the last two ones, I'm still behind on December's. I haven't done December's yet, and I haven't done January's yet, but I'm working on them. The one in January was... the one in October was... they're on my Twitter. Or X, I guess. I'm gonna call it Twitter until I die. I don't really care. Hang on, I'm getting there. This is the pack from December. No, sorry, from November. It's just like a backpack, flashlight, some batteries, and a radio. They're just assets you can just download and put in any game you want. And then the one from October was this one, which is like a game console, TV, little like stand, entertainment stand. Elon just obsessed with the letter X. Yeah, no kidding, right? Wow, buddy, I know. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break because he doesn't want to sit here anymore. Right back. I forgot to mute. Okay, I'm back. Hi. I came back with mango lemonade. Anyway. Yeah, that's the arcane toy box stuff. Every level above the arcane toy box also gets access to those if you want them. Anyway, so yeah, spells. You guys want to hear my hot take on spells? I'm starting to think when you get a spell book, you should right click it and it should become a learned spell, and then it should be erased from your inventory. Like you've used it up, it's gone. Like a potion, like consumable. And then you should have a spell, or maybe, yeah, I don't know. Somewhere in your journal, you should have like a spells, like a spell book tab or something. And it should show all your spells, and you can have so many equipped based on your level. And maybe like, if you're like a high level mage, you can have like 5 high level mage spells equipped or whatever. And then like a low level druid, you can have like 1 spell equipped. So you get more spells equipped as you level up. And then when you cycle through your ammo slot, the electric orb that used to be on the Azurian staff. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. But as you cycle through, these would just be all your learned spells. So they wouldn't actually be like items anymore that you have to carry around in your inventory. You just learn them. So you'd have to go into your journal and like, you know, like you see like the list of all your spells, and you could like select them to like equip them on your bar or whatever, or equip them in your thing. And then you could cycle through them all. So if you only wanted like 2 in here, you could just equip 2 of them if you're just only using those 2. So you don't have to cycle through all of them to find those 2, right? Spell hotkeys, yeah, that's pretty hard to do. I mean, it's not if you put them in here. If you put them in here, then you can hotkey spells, right? If I put this in 2 and this one on 3 and this one on 4, then I can press 3, press 2, press 4, and it does work. No problem. So you can do that. If you really want a hotkey, then you can do that. But I think if we did that, I mean, it also means that in your skill trees, like when you pop this open and see your skill tree here, you'll also be able to unlock spells. Like the Mystic can have like a spell or whatever at the top. Like you unlock a special spell as a Mystic. And then other ones you just find in the world like normal. I feel like that would be better. Oops, I just dropped my lid. I feel like that would just add a lot more versatility to the spells. You still have to cast them from stabs and everything. I also had another idea that isn't the best idea. But I was thinking it'd be cool if you could, like, someone already mentioned this the other day. It was this is an old idea that we have been thinking about. But if you're using a two-handed weapon, I don't know, I just stopped the game. But if you're using a two-handed weapon, you don't do anything with your offhand, like you would with like a staff. Well, I guess you don't do anything with a staff. Well, you could with a staff, whatever. But if you're using a two-handed weapon, that like your right click doesn't do anything. It's just disabled because there's nothing equipped there. But it would be nice if that would block. And then there could be a special, I don't know, like some mage spell or, yeah, I guess it would probably have to be like mage or something. Maybe like a high level like mage skill passive or something. And it would be that you could cast spells with your right click with a two-handed weapon instead. So you wouldn't have to have the spell book out or whatever, and then you would cast spells based on your two-handed weapons damage. Blocking with two-handed weapons. Yeah, I want to do that. But I think it'd be super cool if you could cast spells too, because then you could play like a two-handed like paladin, like a big old, like or like a spell blade or something. Like I guess you could already play as a spell blade, but like I don't know, it was an idea. It'd be a lot of work probably, and probably not worth the effort at all, but it's a thing. It's a thing that I thought about doing. And yeah, I know these are bugged. I've been tried to fix them a long time ago, and they're not easily fixed, so they're staying like that for a while because it's not a huge deal. Anyway, but yeah, as far as spells go, like I don't know the best way to handle like the damage they do. I think we could base it entirely off of the class and your class level, and I think that'd probably be fine. I guess the only issue you'd run into, honestly, like maybe that's just fine. I guess my issue with it is like if you see a spell and you're like, oh cool, this does 10 times weapon damage, I know exactly what to expect. I can look at my weapon and say, oh, this does 1 to 2 damage, so I'm gonna do 10 to 20 damage with this spell. Easy, right? I know exactly that's exactly what's gonna happen. Right, 19 damage. There's my 10 to 20. Good roll. But if it said instead just a set amount of damage, and you find this early on and it just says like 3 damage because you're a level 0 mage, right? Then you're like, well, that sucks. Right? And the only thing I can think is like, we could say 10 times mage damage or something, but like that feels weird too. 10, or maybe it says damage 10 times mage class, mage level. Maybe that could work, but even then, like that doesn't mean anything either, because like, and also you're not even doing that. You're not doing 10 times the class, and that's not going to scale very well. Because even at level 30, you're doing 10 times, that's 300 damage. Okay, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty insane. But yeah, like doing 100 damage at level 10, yeah, I guess that's not bad. I mean, can't we just tie spells to holding the attack button on melee weapons? It's like auto versus spellcasting with a staff. Let's go look. This is not a good idea to look into right now. This is dangerous. Okay, here's our left and right hand weapons. Which, this is on, like, if you're making a game right now and you're like, I want to do a left and right hand attack, don't do this. Just don't do this. They should both just call a function based on, and then input a, like, is this left hand or right hand? And then have one function that does all this. Anyway, this was a lot simpler when this was implemented. It was like 3 things you had to do. And then it was like, oh, I'll just do it again for the other side. And then it got more and more and more complicated. Honestly, this whole thing is stupid. Like, fishing input, there should just be a separate, like, thing for fishing. Like an input for fishing. There should be, like, a separate input for, like, placing props. Like, this should all just be, like, separate inputs for all these things. They can use the same keys, but they just should be separate inputs. Anyway. Right here, staff in hand. Was input held, and we start use left. So somewhere in here, what if we, let's just, hold on, first of all, yeah, let's do that, that's fine. We're just gonna bypass that. And then this is our left hand, so this is our left click. We just assume that this is always a staff. I don't think it's going to work still, but let's see what happens. Nothing changed. But that determines if we're holding the button, I suppose, and then everything else is through here. This is definitely gonna be a lot of work. The main hand is down. First, active channel ability. get active channel ability from the player character? Like, how do we, I don't know how we even get this. Like, what's setting the active channel ability? Let's look at the BP player character. Find the active channel, event cancel. No, that's not even it. Like there is no, oh, here's the active channel ability right here. Find references. No references in here. So we're not even doing anything within here. It just gets stored on here. So let's go find references anywhere else. Add Blizzard to a sword to enable casting of that spell, but also adds ice damage plus on hit effects. I don't think that's gonna work. Enchanting a spell is not like it's, or enchanting a weapon with a tome is not gonna work, because like how do we do things like chaos splinters, for example, right? You have to cast that multiple times to get the effects from it. Like that doesn't work. That took longer than I wanted. Is this the like test world? What are you talking about, Hiker? Tell me what you mean. Because first of all, like you'd have to hold it to cast it. That's just gonna be like really overpowered. I thought you meant that when you hit, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. So you're gonna like just hold down the button and cast a spell on that weapon. That completely just nullifies anything you do as a mage, right? Like, what is the point? What's the point of being a mage if you can just enchant your weapons and do any spells you want? And like, I don't know, that just seems insane to me. That would be way too much. I don't think it's a good idea. Set active channel ability. Oh, that sets it to nothing because, oh, right. If we're channeling, we'd cancel it. I should have kept reading. And then we use the main hand attack ability. Do we even get to this if we're using a staff? Let's go back to the player controller and plug this in. Staves enable cycling between all your spells. Mages are special. You sword wielders don't get access to our magic. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that a warrior should be able to enchant their weapon and then cast a fireball. That's not a warrior thing to do. If you want to do that, then you have to have a staff in the other hand. That's not the way I want to design the game. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it wouldn't work like mechanically, like we could get it to work mechanically, but like it just seems silly. The only reason I was even like considering it for two-handed weapons is if you maxed out your mage class and unlocked a thing that said like, yeah, two-handed weapons can cast spells now, because then you're more versatile as a mage, because now you can be like, oh, sick, now I don't have to have a staff anymore. I can cast my spells with my two-handed weapon, so I can be a battle mage. Not that you couldn't anyway with a sword and a staff, but it's just like you're way more of a battle mage with a two-handed weapon, you know? That's the only reason I even think that's like viable at all. Okay, what are we looking for? Oh, if we have a staff equipped. It doesn't do anything like that at all. Never triggers this. Do we not get the start use left? Oh, this is only if it's a shield. I'm so dumb. We're not doing this. This is only shield related. So this does mean that right here, we could probably check to see if this right hand reference is a two-handed weapon. And if it is, then we could check if main hand is down. And then we block. Oh wait, we can't do that. We need to do. We can't get item data. Item class. I need item. I need. Pass to weapon actor. BP shield master. BP. I know you know how to move that direction, little noodle. Thank you. Okay, pass failed. Well, I guess either way, we're gonna do that. And then if it is, then we do an if statement. This is a giant mess. We're just noodling right now. We will clean this up if we decide we're gonna keep something like this. But this would be a whole thing because we got to do it up here too for the right too. This is only gonna work for left. And again, this is going to be. How does this work actually? Hold on. Left hand looking for the right hand reference. So we need to put the stick in our right hand. Wait, no. Sorry, I'm just thinking. This is using GA attack main hand. And this one's using offhand. So we use our left hand. If our right hand has a two-handed weapon in it, then we're going to use... Okay, so we need to swap this to the other hand. Video games. What's up, Tom Sutton? Mystics literally get scythes, but whatever. Kind of disappointing, to be honest. Shut up, Matt. It's not that big of a deal. It diversifies the classes, like, more. Okay, that worked. So if I left click now, I can use an ability that I want, which means I can use the block ability. So now, how does this work though? We're casting the GA attack main hand, but like, what is this ability? It's just our attack. So let's see, let's go look at a shield. We're comparing this to shields. Oh man, I shouldn't be doing this, you guys. We got way off track. This was not what we're supposed to be doing today at all. Is there an ability attached to this? I don't see an ability attached to it. I'm looking for tags maybe that triggers an ability, because I'm sure that's how we do it. So how does a shield know to trigger that? We have a montage, which is probably what... Oh no, that's not it. We're triggering a shield bash. There's no way it's that. Okay, so how are we doing this then? I mean, honestly, like, just this setup right here is actually pretty nice, because what it means is, like, if you have a two-handed weapon equipped, if you left click or right click, it uses it. So that's good. Like, we could literally just keep this in, and now it just feels better in general. Because I can left click and right click, and it uses the attack like normal. So that's good. We could just keep that. But it would be nice if you could hold this button down, the left click button down, and it would shoot, it would guard. It would block. If two-handed gets spellcasting, they will also need to recover mana on hit, or player is going to be popping potions. No, that's fine, I think. I think it's fine. That would be the trade-off, right? The trade-off is that you're not sustainable as a two-handed warrior casting spells. Also, keep in mind that you also have to level up your two-handed weapons. So now you have to be a mage and a warrior at the same time. It's not like it wouldn't be. It doesn't matter. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. It's not worth the effort. We're not doing it. It'd be a huge pain. I tried to convince Kindred that Aura should add magic regen, but he didn't like it. I've decided, I think, Albasco, to counter that issue, because I was thinking about it. I was actually talking to Jan about it for a while afterward. All right, music's really loud on my end. Quiet on stream, but loud on my end. I think to counter it, or to resolve that issue, in my opinion, I think we just like almost double the amount of aura or magic you get per aura point. Like, I think we almost double it. So if you have, so instead of getting 5 points of magic, you get 10, because then you can get like 300 magic, right? And you can cast like 6 more spells, and now that feels a lot more worth it, right? I think that's how we fix it, because I don't think aura should give you magic regen, because we have a stat for that, and we will have a stat for that soon that you can actually put points into, sort of. So I don't want to muddy the waters and be like, oh yeah, this is the one stat that does 2 things. Sorry, vitality doesn't do that. Though, I mean, we could literally just be like, oh yeah, you also have magic regen based on vitality, but that means we have 2 things that give you magic and health regen. Not magic regen based on vitality, health regen. But I don't like that, because then it does get confusing, right? Because then a player's like, well, I have a bunch of points in willpower or in aura, but I also have points in magic regen. So like, which one is affecting me more? Should I even be bothering putting points in magic regen, or should I just put it all in aura, because that does 2 things, right? It's too confusing and it's too difficult to do. If it has a much bigger pool like that, or I like that, and if we can up magic regen in other ways, that'd be cool. Yeah, you will be, and you can currently increase your magic regen with food and drink. And eventually, I don't think spells will ever give you magic regen, because that's going to be weird. Though I have considered a chaos spell that would increase magic regen, because you can trade mana for health, so you should be able to trade health for mana or magic, right? Oh, I have a message from Lewis. Oh, it's not related to me talking trash on his code today. Good. Just kidding. I don't think I was ever talking trash. Sorry, he was just announcing his new game. Anyway, let's go back. Okay. I don't know. I don't even know if two-handed weapons need to be blockable. Like, that's the whole point of using a shield. Like, I don't think it would block like 50% damage. Not like, it would definitely not block all damage. But yeah, even so, I don't know if it's even worth the effort. Conjure fees should not be janky. Let's go fix that instead. Let's go delete this junk, or we'll like stick it out to the side or whatever. Oh, you know, we can't do this anyway. Well, we can. We could kind of do this anyway. But the problem is that we have bow related things. Where if you have, if you're a hunter, hold on, this is not, yeah, okay. If you're a hunter, you can use your offhand when you have a bow equipped to command your companion. So that'll be important to keep in there for that. Okay, let's save that. We're not doing this right now though. This is not worth the effort right now. What were we just gonna do? Do you have a concept of like a well-timed block or parry? Do I have a concept of that? What if two-handed could only parry? Well, I mean, we could, I guess. It would just mean that you would have your sword and you'd be like, put it up like that for like a split second, right? For like half a second or whatever, or less, for the parry window, and then it would go back down. And then you'd be like locked out of it for like a second. We could do that. I kind of like that, but also I think, yeah, we could do that, I guess. And block as counter. Like, could the two-hand do a block that if timed right, you can block the attack? Yeah, like I just said, we could do that. Are those your Discord notifs or mine? You probably might have heard my Discord notice. Oh yeah, because I turned, oh yeah, hang on. I usually leave the like, oh man, how do I do this again? Streamer mode. I usually have it enabled when I turn on my stream because it does automatically, but I turned it off today because it was hiding usernames and I need to see someone's username. Sorry. So those were probably mine. I was just getting messages. I just fixed it so it shouldn't be popping up anymore. Sorry, Sleepy T. Anyway, two-handed can't do that effectively. Shield is also still god tier for aggro generation. Two-handed can't do that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, shields are really, really good at aggro because I really wanted to like ramp that up a lot. Okay, what were we just gonna do? We read something and then I was like, oh, we should do that. Conjure Feast. Okay, let's look at Conjure Feast. The amount of randomness makes it annoying to use, but if you're doing a good fight, you just take the 2 to 3 minutes of cycling through Feast to get the buff you want. So, Conjure Feast is interesting. Like, this is where I kind of like struggle trying to decide, is random a good design choice or not? Because yeah, you can just sit around and conjure a whole bunch of Conjure Feasts and like get exactly what you want, right? The problem is, what's the alternative here? Like, we could just make it so Conjure Feast gives you a specific buff every single time, but that's kind of lame, right? I think the fact that it's random, it does give you like, it's like more exciting and you can get whatever you want from it, but also it's like, it's random, you know? Here's a crazy idea. What if it spawned what if Conjure Feast spawned like 4 tables all around it, like four little tables instead of one main table, and each one had a different randomized buff on it, but only and it couldn't duplicate, obviously. And then you could just eat whichever of the 4 you wanted, so you'd have 4 options, and you'd way more likely get the buff you want, and you wouldn't have to spam it as much. that'd be crazy. I'm in too many Discord servers. Same. I mute almost everyone I join. The only one I really want notifications on is Kindred Games, obviously. And then, yeah, that's about it. I don't have notifications on any of them. Love it. Spawning different tables. I don't know another solution. If it wasn't random, wouldn't it make pre-eating foods / cooking less valuable? Yes, I agree. And that's the thing, right? Like, Conjure Feast was meant to be like for people who like mages who just want to like help out their party and you guys don't have food, right? It's meant to be like, at least we got something. I think if we're gonna do that, we'd have to probably like dumb down the how strong it is. But also, obviously my code is broken, but it's not supposed to just give you one big buff. So let's play with it. But it's not supposed to give you one big buff. It's supposed to give you up to 3 stats. And I don't know why it's not working. I guess I just need to fix it again. So that gave me 1 willpower. What is this based on? My staff? Whoops. It's not based on the staff. It is based on, oh, it might be based on my staff. I don't have. So that's based on your level then. Based on your mage level. So that's one spell that's based entirely on your level. And honestly, it's probably a good thing. Yeah, it is based on the caster's level, which is nice. So +7 recovery. That time worked. +4, +3. +7. +5, +2. Does it normally do this for you guys? I feel like every time I see someone do this, like it never like randomizes the buffs correctly. It always just gives you +7 or something. Like it definitely leans toward one buff. I think Conjure Feast is high priority. It's not. None of the stuff we're doing today is high priority. I don't know. Maybe we switch all of the spell. Like it'd be really easy just to switch all the staffs to, or all the spells to their class level. And then we just do a bonus based on if you're casting it with the right staff or not. I don't know. I understand people's confusion. Like, how come when I'm casting, I have like a high level chaos staff, and I'm casting a healing spell, or not a healing spell, but like a fireball. I'm doing more damage because I'm a high level like chaos mage. Maybe we just take like classes off of the spells altogether, and just anyone can cast any spell. I guess I'll know, because then we have an issue with like, what about chaos spells? Hold on, maybe that actually is a good idea. Maybe any spell you cast. It's gonna be hard to balance that actually. But it could just be that any spell you cast with a chaos staff could give you chaos sickness instead of taking mana. What do you think of that, Matt? You're the most outspoken person here, so that's why I ask you. I get a mix of +7s and split to 2 stats. I don't think I've seen 3. Okay. I mean, as long as that's what it's supposed to be doing. So now that I've done it like 5 times and it did seem to be doing that correctly, that's what I'm looking for. I wish it was a little more rare to be 1 stat, but it's fine. This is how it's been working for a while. Good. Yeah, it used to be broken, so it only give you 1 stat. I swear every time I've seen it, it's been only giving you 1 like +7 stat, but I think it's working now. All right. I know what we're gonna do now. I don't want to check these out because I don't really think I did anything with them. Life Fairy is just broken right now until we figure out how many of the payload across there. The only thing I can think is, should we just fix Life Fairy? I don't know. Let's wait and see what the hell we're doing with magic first before I go changing that. What if blood magic was a skill in the chaos tree and not something anyone can just do? Do you mean like it can't be called blood magic? It's too dark. That's too grim for swords of magic. But that's kind of what chaos magic is. But do you mean we could just call it dark magic? It doesn't matter. But like, what do you mean by that? I don't think it's too complex of a system as is. The bonus when casting together, I dig. Maybe just a little more explanation tutorial for the people that aren't grasping the concept. Yeah. What do you think is important to work on? We need to be working on. What do we need to be working on? We should be working on Delver's Path stuff. We should probably be working on AI stuff. I think our fire sprites are working, right? We need to be working on the bear. Didn't realize you were still alive. We love long streams. What's up, Lewis? Yeah, I was gonna message you back and I was like, no, I'll just wait. Oh no, I did. I wrote LOL. Yeah, Lewis, I'm super excited to try the demo out. I'll probably play it after your stream. I might even see if Jana wants to play with me. It's co-op, right? Lewis, you can put the link in stream if you want. Lewis's games demo just came out. If you want to let Chaos Mages cast any spell for Chaos Sickness, make it a skill on the skill tree. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Should we work on skill trees? What are we missing from the skill trees? We're missing a bunch of them, aren't we? I don't want to work on that right now. Skill trees are tedious. I have to go through and like just duct tape everything in there. Which isn't bad, but it's annoying. Man, I don't know. I don't know what to work on. I'm just like, there's too many things. I'm just like stuck. We've been live for 4 hours. Never seen the skill trees or Delver's Pass area? You've never seen Delver's Pass at all? We can open Delver's Pass. It's just a bit of a long wait. There's just nothing left to work on in Delver's Pass. Like everything we need to work on now, we can build in here and then put in Delver's Pass until it's done, pretty much. Let's get the bear working. Should we work on the bear? Or we can work on NPCs. We can make some NPCs for the pass. We need to make like, we need to make a seller. C-E-L-L-A-R, not S-E-L-L-E-R. Pick the smallest thing and send it. Bear equals enemy, yes. Imagine casting spells for HP while wielding a two-handed sword. Live the fantasy. Like a barbarian. It'd be kind of useless at that point, right? You'd have to put enough points into Mystic to get... You have to put enough points into Mystic to get the dark magic trait or whatever it is. And then you'd have to put enough points into Mage to get the two-handed thing. And then you'd have to have enough points into Warrior to actually make that viable. I mean, you could still max out warrior, but you wouldn't have any points left to put in there really. So you'd be like that'd be cool and it'd be fun, but also like you're going like full on barbarian. So I don't know. A seller where all the sellers are sold. I think you did it backward. I think you meant a seller where all the sellers are sold. A man who sells sellers. What's the easiest thing? What's the easiest thing we can do? Lewis makes a good point. What is the easiest thing to do right now? The easiest thing to make progress toward Delver's Pass is should we build what's his name's tower? Should we build Evan's tower? We could do that. Is it castle wall? Finished lava cave? It's pretty much finished. There's not really much supposed to be anything in that lava cave. I mean, there's like, obviously there's stuff that needs to go in there, but like, you want to do level design? Do we do 50s? How do we snap these again? 100. How big should his... I don't even know. Like, I don't know if I want to build this. I think we should just model it. I feel like modeling would probably be a lot easier. It is not the easiest thing, but the coolest what's allowed. I don't know what the easiest thing is. I guess like making an NPC, making the NPCs and starting dialogue would be easy. If we do 15 degrees and then we make new one and 15 degrees and make a new one, how big is this gonna get? Way too big? Where's our hold on. Oh, that's not too bad. It's actually probably the size we want. We're gonna start. We're just going for it. If it works out, great. We're gonna have to model this by hand actually. The more I think about this, there's no way. Because one, we have to put pillars between each one of these now. I don't know if this is even I assume this is going to match back up, but I don't have any evidence of that. I have no good reason to think that, but I just think it will. And I probably could have just grabbed one and duplicated it, but I also didn't trust that was going to work either. We only have to do this with like 50 layers, so it shouldn't be that big, or that big of a deal. Oh. That's probably big enough for an interior for his castle, for his tower. Maybe too big. Imagine how freaking... This thing's going to be huge if we go that big. Big structure. Tiny dev time. Stream buffering? Mine's not. Oh, I'm good. I'm back. This is probably not a good way to do this. This is so big. It's so big. It's way too big. We can't do it like this. We need like, we can have like a base, like a bottom section that's like that big around, and then it needs to like get narrow and then like go up and then get bigger again at the top. Or we just start narrow and go just big at the top. There's no way we're doing this. Thing would be it'd be like this tall. And it'd be ridiculous. And like it would take up so much space in Delver's Pass. And it's so ugly already. Like this thing is already so ugly. And I can't rotate these around to like shuffle. Yeah, this is a terrible idea. We're not doing this. We'll model this from scratch. We can go model it. I don't mind if we go model it right now, but like we're not doing this like this. There's a time and a place for modular building, and this is not the time or the place. Okay. What else can we do? There's like a billion little things to do, and I just like I'm like overwhelmed with how many there are, so I'm not doing any of them. Big domicile energy. I just want to do fun things on stream, you know? Like I don't want to do like tedious, boring things that I don't want to do. Those are things I have to do when I'm not streaming. What if we make I don't know. Maybe this is a good time to end the stream since I don't know what to do. Should we just model it? Chant with me, chat. We can just, I guess we could just model it. It's just going to be a really classic Wizard's Tower. It's not going to be anything like super unique, so that's fine. What's the synopsis on the top missing bar to drag client? Is that hard? I literally have no clue how to even approach that, Hiker, because that's not something that like we program in. You know, it's not something I like went into Blueprint, went delete the top bar. Like, I don't know why that's not showing up. I like that's like a behind the scenes like Unreal Engine thing, and I have no clue where to even start. It's weird because I thought that was working just fine. Don't look at me snooping enshrouded all day long. I was gonna buy what is the game? Born of Bread looks so good. I wanna play it so bad. But then I was like, when does Enshrouded come out? Because I can't justify buying a $25 game and then buying a probably $30 game. I'm guessing Enshrouded is gonna be. I can't justify $50, so I decided to wait since Enshrouded's coming out soon. Anyway, let's go to our library. Towards Magic. Press play. Lewis, do you have any idea about that? Hiker says that when he goes to windowed mode in the game, we don't have a title bar, so there's no way to like drag the window around. It's just like sitting there. I was gonna say, why am I getting that weird loading screen? That shouldn't be what I'm getting, but yeah, fixed it. Like you guys like my mohawk? You guys have this? You guys get to see this chicken? I love that my chair like covers them like perfectly almost. Nah, no clue. Yeah, see, like, and Lewis works in Unreal Engine professionally too, so. You guys do work in Unreal Engine, right? Video. Windowed. Size 1920. Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't show up. Dude, what are you doing? Oh my god, it's being so janky now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that's not showing up. There might be an option somewhere. Let's Google it. Still looking. I guess we can look together. Full screen, borderless full screen, mode to windowed in 416 preview results in a window without decoration borders and title bar. Trigger this new project. Reproduce this issue and logged it here. Oh no. As it was this just never fixed? No one voted for it. So maybe it just never got fixed. Oh, it says fixed. Well, it's not fixed on my end. Maybe it was fixed in a later version. Does it say when it was fixed? Vex version is 416, target fix 416. Yeah, no, that's not. So obviously we have something else going on with ours. Standalone mode. Alt enter to go into full screen. Ended up. This is they're trying to get rid of the window bar. Oh. I don't know. Like maybe there's an option somewhere. I don't know. Is it called the title bar? Title bar, yeah. Nothing. Nothing. There's literally nothing for title or bar in the settings. So it's not like we've like turned it off or something. Google has nothing for me. I can ask in the like source Discord. I don't know. Everyone here is like, we can't hide the title bar. And a lot of them are like how to add a title bar to your like custom made windows in the game. Yeah, I don't think we've done anything to turn it off. I'm guessing it's just like an Unreal Engine thing. I don't know. Also, the bug that we looked at that was being tracked was that it was getting snapped in the corner. So maybe they didn't fix the actual title bar issue, or maybe it's not an issue. Mostly Unity, actually. Oh, we have some real stuff on the go. I'm just not on that team. Gotcha. Looks like the missing title bar was reported as a bug 21 days ago. Never mind, I'm dumb and can't read dates. No, and it wouldn't matter anyway, because if it was reported as a bug 21 days ago, that would have been on UE5, not UE426. So a real chicken hawk, yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things that's probably not going to be fixed, unfortunately, and I don't even know why it's happening in the first place. Let alone how to fix it. So we're gonna just scoot on past that one for now. Feel free to report it, Hiker, and I will get back to it one day, or I'll post, or I'll go post in source right now and ask people. UE4 general. Okay, I posted. Hopefully someone pings me if they figure it out. Anyway, all right, I guess we'll go model a tower. We're gonna need to put all this other junk away. Hello? Oh, there we go. Junk. Brown. I don't think I need that. All right, let's start with the cylinder. And we're probably gonna do like 20. Let's go pretty narrow to start, like maybe here. Raise transforms, okay. Maybe about that height. It is round, which is weird for Swords and Magic. So what we might actually want to do is bubble it. Oh wait, we can't do that. Can we? Yeah. Maybe we do that. It's kind of weird still, but. Should we extrude to make this a separate piece? Wrong button. Oh, snap. Hyperon's live. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Is he going to have tower envy? Yeah, well, as he's a baby mage. He doesn't need a big tower. Yeah, the size of the tower represents the mage's power in Swords Magic. It's got to be big enough that they can like live in it, but not like so big that it's. Why is that backward? I think something's screwed up. I think we messed something up here. No, I guess not. All right, how do we get in here? We cannot do a spiral staircase. Don't even suggest it. So it's got to be either an elevator. We can do an elevator up to the bottom, or we can do a teleporter. I think a teleporter is probably the best way to go. The size does matter. Got it. Teleporter. Yeah, I think so. I wish I was like more more talented in Unreal Engine, because it would be really cool to do that like thing where what's going on here? What are you doing here? How did you guys do that? Why did you guys break it? It'd be really cool if you had a door at the bottom that you like opened up and it showed the interior of the top. Like it was just magic, right? But instead it's gonna have to be a thing where like you open the door and there's like a teleporter in the door frame and you walk in and it just spits you out in the top. And that'll be fine. It doesn't matter much. I'm looking at references and concept art because I just decided that we can't just do like a simple one tower thing. That's gonna be lame. Just browsing some ideas real quick. Object, positive, apply. I did it wrong. Oh, that's because that's negative. I'm blind. fixed. Okay, so all we need to do in this tower is talk to Eben. I don't think we need to, like, this doesn't need to be like anything super crazy. But we're gonna go taller. I want to do stones at the bottom of it, I'm thinking. It might, I don't know, I kind of want to do a bigger base. Should we do a bigger base? It's so big, we need to fix our camera. Okay, let's import a door frame. So we could make one, but also we could just import one. Pretty sure we've got something like that. Here, look at this one. Why are all these? There we go. Like those Harry Potter bigger on the inside tents? Yeah. I kind of like the idea of the teleporter taking you to a trapped area first to deter unwanted guests. You know, there needs to be a balcony players can glide from. Yeah. Thicker base and stairs up to the entrance at the top part of the base. Oh, that's a cool idea. Is lore posted in Disky? No. There's not really like a one place to get lore. The only place like really is like yeah, the only place really to get lore is the YouTube video with lore, and then everything else is just kind of like randomly everywhere, but most of the lore is just written on my end, on my side. I'm thinking this is kind of dumb. This is kind of lame. I'm also a little worried about this fitting, but I guess I'd rather just make this fit. I'd rather just, like, we'll just do whatever we want to do with this, and then we'll make the rest of it just kind of fit. It could be kind of cool if you actually walked inside here and there was an elevator in the middle that brought you up to like a floor up here, and then walked you out, and there was like a staircase, whatever, that brought you up inside here. That'd be kind of cool, because then you can have like a balcony around here. Like, let's just say, something like this, I guess. I mean, obviously, this would be like wood, like stuff, not like this. But you know, we'll just pretend like that's a wood like balcony. You take the elevator up there, there'd be a door. But I do like Lewis's idea where it's not like, there's not just like an entrance to the bottom of the thing. Did I screw this up? What have I done? And then I guess you'd have like a hole in the ground here and you just like walk up into it, or it could be like, it could take you outside too, I guess. Like maybe this goes like this. We're just kind of blocking it out right now. And then you'd have another doorway like, up there, and like a stairway that like walks up around it. So you'd like have like this, it'd be kind of cool if it was like a floating stairway. Like we can't make it like actually like float around or anything. I guess we could, it'd just be not worth the effort. But it'd be cool to just have like a stone stairway that just kind of like floats around here like it's magical. I don't know, it's kind of dumb. Oh, the walking outside part. If you don't go outside, no point in being in a tower. Yeah, well, there's gonna be windows. We'll have windows of this piece too. Yeah, this is gonna be this is a good base, but this is gonna take us a while to build this whole thing if we want to make it like more unique. What if we made getting into the tower like a jumping puzzle? Okay, crazy idea. What if we did like a ruined like staircase that like went around the outside or something? Maybe like wood or something that's like ruined, and it's a jumping puzzle and you have to jump around it, like, you know, do all the jumpy things. We could have like an extra like tower piece that like sticks off that has like a roof on it or whatever. You have to jump onto the roof at one point. Like that could be kind of fun. Maybe there's even like, we could even have like some like floating rocks or something would be kind of cool that like kind of like float around and like maybe like spin or whatever. So there's like more of a puzzle there, you know, that could be kind of fun. We'll just like not trigger those until you get close or something, or it'll be fine. And then when you get to the top of it, you require the jump spell. I don't want to require the launch spell, but that would make things easier. Probably too easy. We could also do like an anti like magic zone where it's like you try to cast a spell and it's like something is inhibiting your magic here or something. That'd be kind of cool. Because like, it's a mage's tower, you know, like, or wizard's tower or whatever. So like it's pretty easy to stop that. And then when you get to the top and you like befriend Eben, he'll be like, hey, next time, why don't you just take the portal to the top? And maybe there's like a button or something on the bottom of it you can just like interact with now that just like opens a teleport that just pops to the top. Or an elevator could come out of the ground or something and just take you right to the top. Like I really like the idea there's just like a like a stone base down here or something, and maybe like a rock, whatever. And like that rock is just like flat on the top, like kind of sinks into the ground, and then like you can just like stand on it or whatever, and it'll take you to the top if you've already like talked to him or whatever. So you just like walk into it and it just triggers the elevator going up. Something like that would be kind of cool. So you can always get back up to the top. Teleporter fits the wizard tower. Yeah, agreed. Teleporter is cool too. I like the magic elevator, but you can require the jump spell, but don't make it too hard if it's like required from a non super hidden quest for broader access. Yeah, you'll need to be in there a lot. Not a lot, but you'll need to be in there a couple times for like main story element. Yeah, of course, not having to do every time is the goal here. Can use some of my old moving platforms and lifts. That's what I was thinking too. Just reuse it for more and more quests to justify it. Oh, sorry, Matt. Wild idea. What if there was a spirit shrine that ghosts you and you had to fly up, since Eben is lighting the shrines? We could do that. Like, we could have a shrine at the top of it. You have the ghosts go up there. But that won't work for hardcore players. Like, we already need a better solution for getting to that one anchor shrine for ghosts. Maybe for hardcore players, we should just make that like spell that turns you into a ghost, because that wouldn't like give you the actual death effect. Or we could just have a bypass on it. It'd be fine too. I don't know. I like the idea of the jumping puzzle because I think it'd just be fun if it was like, oh man, why did you do that? Like, why didn't you just use the elevator? Or why don't you just take the elevator or whatever? It could also just be like a secret door that you can't interact with until you've got to talk to him, and then like a door in the middle that just takes you up to the center of his thing. That'd be kind of cool too. Anyway, to ghost plus not die. Yeah, not yet, but there will be eventually. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying there will be, but that was planned a long time ago. There was actually a whole plan for like the whole spirit world thing. There's going to be like a whole nother version of, not really a whole nother version, but like you could go into the spirit world and fly around the world wherever you wanted. And there was supposed to be like enemies there, and there was supposed to be like, you were basically dead, but you had like enemies to fight and everything. And there was supposed to be when you were in the spirit world, if you were Twitch streaming, there was supposed to be like a little like ghost thing that would follow you around, and if you died enough, I don't remember how this worked. Like if you died enough, or like you did something, or no, you could find it as an NPC in the spirit world, and they would give you a quest. And if you did that quest in the spirit world, and you only had so much time to do it because you're only dead for so long, right? So you had to keep going back in, basically. But you'd go in and do that quest, and when you did, it would summon the Watchers, which was a boss. And that boss was controlled by Twitch chat, so it would pop up like on the screen and like tell Twitch chat how to like play, basically. And then Twitch chat would be the boss fighting against the player and like control the attacks and everything. It was a crazy idea. It's just like way too much work. The Twitch chat thing wouldn't be too bad. We could easily implement like Twitch stuff, Twitch support. Like that's easy to do. I've already built Switch game. But like, yeah, it was like it was a whole big thing, and like the Watchers was supposed to be like a bunch of like floating eyes, like the beholder, right, basically, but they're all like floating eyes. And it was just supposed to like, the more Twitch viewers you had, like the harder it got, but that was kind of dumb. But yeah, and anyway, but they could like control it by like typing in attacks into chat or whatever. And then if you beat it, you were supposed to get a Watcher pet, or like companion. And the Watcher companion would also take orders from chat, so the chat could then say like, give it like abilities to do things like heal you or like mess with you and stuff like that. Yeah, there was a whole long thing planned, and I don't know where my brain was when I planned all this stuff, because like for some reason in my head I was like, this is gonna be easy. This game's gonna be done in 2 years, and that's a long time to work on a video game. And now it's been 6 years, and the game's like a quarter of the way done for like what the game needs to have, not the featured garbage that I would like to add in. So we're very likely never going to get the game to the point that I wanted it originally. We need like 60 people working on it to get to that point. Anyway. Oh, hey, Sherman, here's a link, by the way. This is an affiliate link I have for Gamedev TV, which is where I'm making my course for. This is probably what you were thinking of or talking about when you asked me about the blueprints thing. This is not my course, but it is the company I work with that I'm doing a course for. I have a course on there already for level design. It doesn't really teach blueprints at all. I think we touch like a little bit of material work, and that's about it. But yeah, you can check that out if you want. I do get paid. If you buy that course and you follow it, I will get paid. You don't have to follow it. You just buy it. If you buy it, I will get a cut. So feel free to do that if you want. But that's the blueprint course that you might have seen, because it does pop up in my Twitch chat and says, want to learn how to make your own games using blueprints? Check this out. So, and I want to put a blueprint course up on there eventually, but first I got to get through this Maya course, and so far that has been a bit of a rocky start for me. I started it last week, and then this Wednesday I was supposed to get it like redone because I had some feedback and some things I need to fix and change, and I didn't get any work done at all yesterday. I ended up just taking the whole day off. So tomorrow I'll be working on it all day, ideally, and hopefully Abby doesn't have late start again tomorrow and doesn't I don't get hindered with family stuff again and get stuck not doing it. But I should have plenty of time because I think I'm actually going to be home alone tomorrow night for like a few hours because they have a movie night thing going on. So if I'm done working on the course and I want to take a break, maybe I'll stream or something. Who knows? Probably not. Exploring the spirit world sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I think that would be neat. Yeah, agreed. Okay, let's save. We're gonna save this other scale template. I'm not so sure about this. I think I'm going to build like the base tower, and then I think we'll do the modular design stuff in Unreal, because I think it'll just be easier to snap in pieces and like build what we want after the point. And then I think anything I need that's like custom I can do afterward. Like it'll be easier just to snap on like rocks and stuff, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it'll be easier in here. Let's do the roof at least first. Let's do a cone. Don't ask what I'm doing. I'm making this the most difficult I possibly can, I swear. Because I can't add an edge loop through this one, so I was like doing dumb things to get that to work. See, I don't like it. It's too fat. Like it's too like it looks bad. That's way too tall. I think this needs like windows sticking out of it, probably out of the roof. Obviously we'll make this like thicker and like make it look like, you know, actual like roof tiles and everything, but just throwing the, I don't like it. It just looks dumb. It looks really dumb. I don't know. I'll keep playing with it. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm running out of steam. What's up, boss? So jump puzzle to get up the first time, then he activates the shrine up there and gives you the ghost spell. No, maybe, I don't know. I guess it could. But then you have to cast a spell. Oh, you know what? This would be pretty cool if he taught you a teleport spell, but it only brought you to his tower. A fly spell. Okay, I don't hate the idea of a fly spell either. I thought I made a like buff spell. I feel like a long time ago I made like a generic buff spell that we could just like duplicate and just like make a quick like, oh, this gives you +5 vitality spell, you know, things like that. But maybe I didn't because I don't see it anywhere. I guess the fly spell would just be like the launch spell kind of. Because it just affects you. I guess we'd probably do the same thing for the attributes too. Cast spell, launch character. There's just no way that this is all I have to do. There's just no chance. Imagine if this just works. I have to go give myself the ability. Oh yeah, need to do that too. Class defaults. Tome launch. Tome. Fly. Add new tag. Then we go to player character. There's no chance. Fly spell seems OP somehow. Yeah, it would definitely be. It would definitely be OP. You'll have to fly slow, and it only lasts for so long, and then you'll fall, right? So you're not down to the ground by the time you fall. Well, I guess you could just glide at that point. So it wouldn't be a big deal. Let's see. Class defaults. No, class defaults. Where are the abilities? I always lose them, and I have to drop them down and can't find them anywhere. Fly mode. Hold on. if this doesn't work automatically, I don't think it will. If it does work, great. If it doesn't work, again, I don't think it will. We're gonna have to go in and find where, like, how we're doing flying for testers, and then just copy that, which would probably be just as easy, if not easier, than doing it this way. But where the heck are my abilities? There they are. Okay, and now we need to go back to, what was the glyph called? Launch. Show in folder, duplicate. Fly. I guess it should be or sky magic. You know, I think I regret splitting sky and all that stuff between mage and druid. I mean, like, I guess it's fine, but it's just kind of, I don't know. It just feels weird that, like, any sort of magic that has to do with, like, the sky has to be a druid spell. Because, like, Eben's not a druid. He's a mage. So, like, it would be weird that he knows, like, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Why did I do this? Make it launch. Okay. Save. Where's our energy cost? 5. We're gonna make it super cheap. 0.6 is fine. You can give the players wings, and it can be a conjuration spell. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. That's actually a really cool idea. Hold on, this isn't gonna work. Yeah. Yeah, we can easily do wings. That would be super easy just to spawn, like, some magic looking wings on them. Well, to make them, but you know. Okay, that didn't work. I told you guys it wasn't gonna work. Okay, let's check to see if it's even doing anything, because maybe it's just not working. That's Life Fairy. Sailor Moon fandom gonna go crazy? What? When does Sailor Moon have Conjure Anime Angel wings confirmed? Does Sailor Moon have wings? It's not working. It's not even triggering it. Okay. Why? Nope, not there. Tome, fly, sky magic, magic glyph. This should be working. We did add the ability to the player character. Tome.fly. Class settings. No, class defaults. Tome.fly. Oh wait, there's one more. I always do that. I always forget about this. It's down here too. Okay, there we go. I always forget that it's down there too. You have to do it in both places. I can't do anything when I'm flying. It's not working. Okay. Hold on, let's go look at player component maybe. Nope. Is it on the player character maybe? We have a command fly up, but it doesn't do anything. Event fly up. Kindred broke flying up. This fixes it. Ah. I left. Why are we talking about Sailor Moon? Conjure wing spell. Because I think that Matt thinks that Sailor Moon can fly. Does Sailor Moon fly? Not flying. Okay, let's go look at, I guess, chat window. I know that seems like a dumb place to look for how to make our character fly, but that's where I gotta look. CMD fly on BPI entry, so maybe it's on BP character, that's why. BP character. Fly. Server command fly mode. Cancel? What? What are you talking about? Why can't I do this? This is character object. Is it not? Oh, see. I should have a super slow mode, I guess, since that's obviously not going to work. If she had this spell, she could. She has wings in the 4th season. It's based around Pegasus, but no, she can't fly. I'm flying. Oh! Guess what? People are gonna lose their minds over a fly spell. Are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure I can cast it twice. Yeah, and it stops me from flying, which is good. That's fine, right? Why are we making this spell? Oh, because people want it, Jana. When people want something, they get it. That's why. What's up, Xander Live? How are you? Did you come to check out the fly spell? Oh, I saved myself. Oh, okay, here's an issue. Oh, what? Weird. Somehow I was flying, but I landed on the ground. Oh yeah, water also is a little janky with flying. People are gonna complain about that, but it's like, what are you gonna do, you know? You can't get out of water when you're flying. All right, so here's a question. We obviously need to slow down the fly speed. This is probably way too fast. It's not that long though. Like 5 seconds. 5 seconds actually feels pretty good. You could do some cool stuff in 5 seconds. Okay, but did collections get all fixed up? No, it didn't. Janky? No, that's perfect. The wings are too wet and don't cast fly in the water. Actually, you can cast fly in the water. Watch. I didn't cast fly. This is me cheating. But I can cast fly in the water. And it works. You can cast fly in the water. It's just if you land in the water while flying. Oh god, I ran out of mana. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Here's an idea. What if we cast fly and it drains your magic? And when you run out of magic, you fall? This is a terrible idea. This is gonna be a huge gold sink. People are gonna be like, yes, I have 400 magic potions. Let's go. Can't hush for flying now. I wonder if we can even do it. Because I can just call this when we run out. So we can just run like an event tick or something on this. Or I can just do like a... Can I do a set timer? I can. So just do like every 1 second. Or let's do 0.5 seconds. Energy. I code so sloppy sometimes when I'm doing stuff like this. Because it's like I don't know if I want to do this. You know what I mean? If I know I want to do it, then I'm way more careful about this stuff. But when I'm not really sure, I don't know what this is for. I'll leave it here just in case, though. In case we have a child or something of this somewhere that does something. I don't know if this get energy actually works, by the way. Oh yeah, also need to we need to take it down, duh. We need a GE for this. GE poison. Poison enemy only. Duplicate this one. I'm pretty sure this is the one that poisons a player. GE magic drain. Oh, we should have some enemies that do magic drain. That'd be pretty cool. Or you can, and you meet the space mages. Wait. I do think flight should have a max height cap, if that's a thing. There already is a max height, but yeah, this is such an OP idea. Even worse now that it can last super long. Well, we're going to slow down the flight speed too. We're going to have to slow it way down if we're going to do this. 1.5, we're going to change this to 0.5 seconds. And we want to no stacks. We don't need to worry about this, I don't think. I guess we can do this. Sure, it doesn't matter. We have a life drain, so let's do this and call it magic drain. Stack size is 1. Refresh stack on application. Should we have, actually, maybe we should have a stack size on this. Nah, it doesn't matter. We're gonna drain it fast. Execution's fine. Okay, and then we have duration pulse has duration for 12 seconds. Let's make this. How long do we want this to last for? Let's just make it like 5 seconds. Let's do 10 seconds. And then we'll keep reapplying it. We'll just keep reapplying it as the player takes more, or like every single time it ticks, we'll reapply the thing. -1, we want this to be magic or energy. -1, default attack, should be fine. Okay. Apply, compile, save. Let's go. Ability, gameplay effects, effect container, add effect. Negative magic drain. Value target. I don't know what that means. List of gameplay effects to apply to the targets. Key. I don't know what that is for then, but that's fine. Maybe, I don't know, do we need to do this every time? Apply effect to target. I think I have a server apply effects target. Yeah. Maybe we don't actually apply that, we just apply it every other second. And we'll just apply one level. I don't think that matters either. Oh no! Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Thank you. Okay. Let's see if that works. This also means you can't cast spells while you're flying, right? Because you're going to drain your mana like a lot faster. It's not draining mana. Access none. Trying to read property, what? This is not what I thought it was. Is it? Oh no, don't do that. I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Please don't open Video Studio. It's fine. This is not the thing I thought it was. Unfortunately. Damn it. Okay, so this has got to be done in here again where we don't want this to happen. Let's just try it. Let's just do apply effect to self. This one is BPFL, so that's the one I know we want to do, but we'll have to like, I don't know if it's going to work because it doesn't run directly on the server. It doesn't have a server call for it. I thought it did, but I guess it doesn't. But we're definitely draining mana fast. And I'm also getting the poison effect. We need to take that off, obviously. Where are you? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Gameplay cues. Get rid of you. Okay, we'll have to make a new gameplay cube. We don't want that to take that hard. And we are definitely stacking it up. Working, but we're stacking it. Oh, it's applying multiples. So we need to remove it each time if we're going to keep applying it. Could you reset on stack? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Now it's not working. Why? I want this to like reapply the same one. I swear there was a way to like do that, to like just like on the gameplay effect there was just a way it would just be like, oh yeah, don't like apply this again. Like it was like a stacking type thing. No stacking. Multiple applications of this gameplay effect are treated as separate instances. Right. See? So I guess we do want this to stack. But we do want it to stack, but we want the stack limit to be 1. Never refresh. That's the stack duration. Policy for how the effect duration should be refreshed while stacking. Effect duration. And period reset. Never reset. Refresh on successful application. Remove single stack. Refresh. No. Clear entire stack. Okay, so stacking is what we want. But just 1 stack. Okay, let's try it now. Yep, that's what we wanted. Well, this is going to be ridiculous. You know, it sucks because, like, this isn't going to feel good to me. Like, every other player in the game is going to be like, this is the coolest thing ever. But it doesn't do anything for me. Because I already get to fly around all I want. Oh man, it's a little ridiculous, isn't it? Oh wait, I still have the effect going. Oh, there it goes. We need to cancel the effect when it ends, I guess. Oh, I want to test what happens if I do it once and then cast it again. Also doesn't end the effect. But since it's ended now. Yeah, okay. So we need to... It's frozen. Oh no, I was gonna say it just crashed on me. It didn't crash. Visual Studio finally just opened up. Go away. Dumb thing. Okay, so on here we need to... When we end fly mode, we need to actually remove... effect from target. Magic. Remove 10 stacks. Not that that matters because we only have 1 to remove, but just in case. You can fly faster than players. That's true. Players are gonna, yeah, we're gonna dumb this down in a second here too. Now if I cast it again, it did not remove the thing. Oh, probably just because we're not like canceling the ability. We're just turning off fly mode. We're actually calling it again. That's interesting. How do we do that then? I guess we could check for... What if we do... We can check for this fly mode. So if you run out of mana, or if your fly mode is not flying, then we cancel. That means if you cast it a second time while you're in the air, then it'll like automatically just cancel. We could also just do some sort of like cancellation thing that you add. Nope, that didn't work. It's like casting it and then immediately doing it again. Why is it doing that? Should happen one time. Because it's setting it to false. Oh, because it's toggling it again. Okay, better idea. Okay, false. If this is false, we'll do a second condition. And if that's false, okay, and this goes over here, and then this goes over here. Okay. I think that'll work. Perfect. All right, so you can now cancel the flight just by casting the spell again. It does cost mana again to cancel the spell, so if you're, that's going to be a problem. How do we do that? Maybe we don't, like, maybe we just don't let it be canceled. Maybe if we have the flight drain thing, we just can't cast the spell again. I'm just super riddled to trivialize exploration. Wait, are you concerned that it's like gonna make it way too easy to explore? Because I agree. 0.3 times the speed or something. Let's go look. You know, instead of having just fast in here, we should really just like put in the fly speed we want this to be at. Right? Wouldn't this just be a better idea? And then we can just like then we can like force cancel it instead of just toggling it every time. Wouldn't that just be better? And then we don't need this at all, or this, or this. We literally just set the fly mode to what this is. Wouldn't that just be like way better? And then we go find this fly mode enum and we add another option to it. Else falling. Okay. That is all what they were doing. Okay, then that works. And then the fly mode here, we'll just have another one. We'll just slow it down even more. And then that's basically all we need to do. Like, I don't know why it's even called normal speed and fast speed. I guess we're calling it slow speed. I'm a little afraid we're going to break everything. Like, for example, when we do the fly here. Oh, damn it. Not that. That's calling it here on the command fly. So that's setting it to that. But if we're doing command fly, that's where we do the select, and we don't need the select or the boolean here anymore. False is normal speed. True is fast speed. Oh, and then, so here's the problem. I guess we should do a flip-flop on this, otherwise we can't turn it back off. So yeah, that might be the issue here. So the first time we turn it on based on that, and then the second time we turn it off. That should fix that though. Okay, and then we go back in here. And when we first cast the spell, we want to be flying at slow speed. And we can get rid of this fast thing on here now. Okay, and then we do our timer, and then over here we don't really care about the not flying thing since we're not going to be toggling that anymore. Now we just want to set this to not flying, so we don't even care about this anymore, right? Okay, now we just turn it on and turn it off. Oh wait, that means every single time we cast it, it's going to be turning it back on again. So when we cast it right here, we actually want to do get. Oh no, because yeah, if we're already flying, we'll just do a switch on this, I guess. If we're not flying, we'll do this. Otherwise, this just goes over to here. And we should promote this. If we're gonna keep this, we should promote this guy. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's leave it. I guess we can clean it up a little bit. A little better. That makes sense? What's up, Boob? Oh, we didn't change the... Oh yeah, we missed something. Well, I guess let's just see if... Well, it's not gonna work at all. Hang on. We have to go back into BP character. In here. In here. This is gonna be... Oh, that's why that was not happening. Because it was set to... I don't know why that was happening. Whatever. Right, because it was setting the speed to 500 to 200. Okay, let's go 500. That's 30% of normal speed. So basically, this is only going to be useful to like reach locations you couldn't reach before. Right? Because like, look how much mana it's just draining. Oh, we broke something because it didn't turn off the thing. If we're already in slow speed, when we cast the spell, it should automatically tick over to here and then the ability. Why didn't that happen? That's too fast. We press space to cancel flight and do a double jump. Probably. Flying up feels really fast. You're like flying upward. The forward is pretty slow. It'd be good to get yourself out of harm's way, right? But you can't, and I guess, oh no, I guess you could just sit here and like farm mana or magic. Why isn't that working? Why isn't that turning that off? Use fly, go straight up, then use glider. Yeah, I guess we could just make it like this, just recast the spell, right? And then we just jump to get out of it instead. Okay, so this one starts the flight, starts the timer. Okay, cast it again. Boom. Okay, we end the flight. And then we remove the effect. And we end the ability. So why is the effect still going on? wonder if it was just going to stop naturally, but it's not stopping. I wonder if the first ability is like somehow triggering that again on the timer. Maybe you have 2 abilities going. I don't know if you can have 2 abilities triggered at the same time. Yeah, maybe we just do, because there should be like can't activate ability. Let's just do this. Is falling. What? Get is flying mode. Is that in here? Okay, so that's actually better than just grabbing the actual thing. That's handy. Yeah, the second cast will refresh the timer. That would be ideal, I guess. It's still letting us do it. That's dumb. Wait, hold on. Is it running per poison's timer when you copied the code? Because poison can also stack. Yeah, but it only has 1 stack and it refreshes every time. So that's probably the issue. But we also need to make it so it only lasts like... It doesn't matter, actually. It should be removing it. It's removing all the stacks right here. Doesn't matter. I think we're just going to set it up so it just turns off when you run out of magic. We're not going to allow players to cast it twice. So this is not working. For some reason, this can't activate ability. Yeah, it never actually like checks to see if you can activate the ability, which is strange. Does it? I wonder if it's like, is there a way? Let's see. I think there's a way to look at gameplay abilities. There's just like no information about gameplay ability system, which is exactly why like I hate using it. Like there's just like I don't even know how. I don't have a clue how to look at it. The only way you learn this kind of stuff is by like someone telling you, someone just going, "Oh, that's how you do it." I have no idea. So let's just assume, you know what we can do? Here, let's do this. Let's do a print on this. That way we'll know. Come on. Stupid. So if we see magic drain ticking twice, then we'll know we'll have 2 of them running. But yeah, there's no duration. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Matt, never mind. I can't tell. Yeah, I think it's ticking twice. Let's just like really stack it up, I guess. Yeah, it's definitely running more than once. So we need to like cancel the ability every time you use it. Or we should just be preventing it from being used. Okay, let's do class defaults. When we use it, we're giving ourselves the ability tag tome fly. Block abilities with tag tome fly. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. I don't think canceling with space will work because that's how you fly vertically. You could double tap it though. Oh no, you're right. That won't work. Shift. Shift could cancel it. Okay, it's definitely not draining faster anymore. Right? It's draining the same speed no matter how many times I cast it. And it's not using mana anymore because it's not like allowing the cast. Because yeah, casting it a second time shouldn't do anything, right? You can't like refresh the duration or anything like that. It's just you have to keep chugging potions to keep flying. Yeah, and I think we should probably slow it down a little more. Because yeah, you can just chug potions to fly forever. It needs to be so slow that like it's useless to like, yeah, you can fly over mountains and stuff. Oh, man, players are gonna find their way out of bounds so easy. Maybe we need this to like get worse and worse. Maybe the longer you fly, the more the drain happens. Maybe we actually do let it stack, and after like every so times we add another stack onto it. Exponential effect. Yeah. Instead of mana, what about health? Fly seems chaos related. Nah. Personally, I don't think so. I don't think being able to fly sounds like chaotic. It sounds like control to me. Like you have to be in super control, in my opinion. Okay, so what if we tick every 1 second, and we do this guy? What's it called? Gate, multi-gate. So every like 3 seconds, we'll apply another stack. Oh, you know, we could also just apply a new level. Let's just do that. Loop that. We don't need that last pin. Okay, let's try that. And then, oh, that'll be a new level too, so it'll just be 1 stack. So let's just see if that works. That should work. Oh, the first time I didn't do it. And now it's going too fast, I think. I mean, it's definitely hard to keep up with now. Yeah, eventually you can't like out heal it. Like you lose so much health that like by the time you triggered the health potion, you're dead. Okay, that's better, but there's still a little bit of a bug with it. For starters, it doesn't trigger the first time. So I think what we should probably do is just maybe we reduce. How about this? How about we start with plus 0.03 maybe. And start this at like 0.5. And then every 1 second it'll get stronger. I don't think it is. No, it is. It's just getting stronger much slower this time. Oh, because I did 0.03, not 0.3. Duh. Okay, that's working. Is level an int or a float? It's a float. But I did 0.03, not 0.3. So 0.3 is way too slow. Let's do 0.1 then. That'll be 3 times faster than it just was. Maybe 0.2. Let's try 0.2. So the drain's gonna start slower than you'd expect. Whoops. Oh, I think I bugged it. Whatever, it was fine. What else we could do? We could do it based on height. Oh yeah, it's draining really fast now. That feels pretty good. You wouldn't want to use this to go exploring. You just burn through magic. Oh, except there's no way to cancel it right now. But you could just stop and then refill your mana and then start again. Just like resetting your glider. So you just don't use magic to reset it because you're wasting magic that way. Oh, whoops. And then you drink 2 potions, and then you go again. I don't know. You can't cancel it. Health instead of mana would be fly until you die. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right now you can't cancel it, but I really think we should probably just cast the spell again to cancel it. Which means I have to now fix it, so you can actually do that again. I don't know. What if there was a slow pull towards the ground that increased? I mean, it's not like... Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, we just turn up gravity slowly. That's actually a real pain to do. This will be fun to skip the ferry ride going between lands. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what... We could just put, like, a cooldown on it, too, maybe. Like, we could just be like, you can't fly again right now. Or, like, you have motion sickness. I don't know. You have jet lag. You'll need to wait. You'll need to wait 5 minutes or something. We could just, like, we could just make a buff that just, like, you can't fly right now. Because, like, you can get debuffs that just show up on your bar. We could just have one that has, like, an arrow pointing down or something and just says, like, grounded or something. And just say, like you can't fly right now or something when you try to cast it. And we could just make that last, like, 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like, that wouldn't be a bad idea. So you can cast it again, but it won't use any mana and it won't, like, do anything. I think that might be the best solution. So that way you actually are incentivized to use magic as you're flying, because then you can do that as long as you can until the flight is up, and then you'll land, and then you can fly again, and then you keep doing it. So that tells me we should also probably make this spell cost 0 to cast. It costs 5 right now. It should be 0. Oh no, I guess actually it needs to cost at least one. Cost at least one probably. Does it? Let's just assume it costs one. Don't check energy against 0. Check it against the amount it will tick for. Right now, if it's ticking for 100, as long as you have mana, it won't cancel. It's doing less than or equal to... Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, no, because... Wait, what? I'm confused, Alabasco. Don't check energy, or don't check energy against 0. Check it against the amount it will tick for. So 0.2? Right now, if it's ticking for 100, as long as you have mana, it won't cancel. I don't understand what you mean. Every 1 second, it ticks, and it checks to see if you have less than or equal to 0. You'll never have less than a 0, but yeah. Back in the graph, you compare 0 against level instead. Compare this against level. That will never be 0, because this doesn't go down, this goes up. The level is the potency of the magic drain. If this goes up, then the magic drain happens faster. Compare current energy less than or equal to level. This energy to this level? Why would I do that? This is going to start at 0.5 and then go up 0.2 every single time we fail, or where the spells keeps going on. So this will never end. The level's just going to keep going up. It'll never be less than or... Oh wait, I see what you're saying. Sorry. No, well, yeah. All right, I see what you're saying. You're saying, I mean, it doesn't matter, because once this will eventually take you down to 0. This will eventually take you down to 0. Are you saying for if we switch it back so you can turn it off? It does matter. Maybe my baby programmer brain doesn't get it. I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's going to matter, because your energy is going to become, because this will tick more than your health is. So the next time this ticks, or your mana will be 0, and then it'll check 0, and then it'll trigger this. And I know that because it's working already. If you have 1 mana and you have level at 100, it won't cancel. Yeah, well, you're right. Right. It shouldn't cancel. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. You're saying if you don't have enough... Right. If you don't have enough magic, it'll just cancel the next tick, right? You'll just get to fly for 1 extra second. That's it. I see what you're saying, though. No, that's actually... You're right. That is a good move. It's a good plan. You're right. Just... Yeah, and if you potion in a second, that's fine. Yeah, it has to cost at least 1, or you can cast it at 0, and then it would just start and stop immediately. But so look, this is what happens: is it stops me at 2 now, right? So now I have 2 magic left, and now players are like, well, wait, I guess that makes sense. But then they can just cast it again and finish it off. I guess we could just set their... Nah, I don't know. Is that better? Would you rather be like, because that also means if I sit in potion forever. I have 37 potions left. So I went through 63 potions just keeping in the air. I'm just going to keep this topped up. Eventually, I'm going to get to the point where it's going to stop me when I still have like 15 mana left, and then I can just fly again. But I guess that's fine. Yeah, like I have a whole 30 mana left. I don't know. I think the 1 second delay is fine. I think if a player has 0 mana and they get to fly for 1 extra second, it's like a life preserver. You know what I mean? It's like a little bit of like leeway that lets them. We could do less than or equal to 1. So if it ever does hit, when it does hit, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather this be 0. Because I think I like that saving grace, and it feels weird that they hit. Yeah, they should hit 0. I guess I could put like a delay here, like a 1 second delay here, and then that would end it. All right, well, let's go here. Let's browse here. Let's duplicate this because I don't know how to make one from scratch because I suck. Grounded. Okay, no period effect. We don't need a display on this one. No stacking. I guess we'll just have 1 stack because we want it to reset itself. Buff icon. We need a grounded icon for this. We'll just keep it as the feathers for now. We'll replace it later. And then buff tag. This is going to be negative. Grounded. Skill, none. Stack size, 1. Refresh stack and application, yes. Buff option is buff. And no execution. And we're going to do buff tooltip. Prevents you from flying, I guess, sure. Has duration. Let's make it, what do you think, like 60 seconds? How often should you be able to fly? That means if you are spamming potions, you can probably fly all the way through the full duration of it. There's a cool debuff, and I bet you could reuse it in other areas like a new fly area. Yeah, for sure. Or an attack that grounds you from some angry mage of the infantry. Yeah. I think 60 seconds is probably enough. If we need to increase it, we will. It's not going to do any modifiers. Okay, that's it. And then we need to add. It needs to add a tag. Granted tags. Added. Grounded. Negative grounded. Okay, I think that's it. Cool. All right, and then we'll go back here and say, we don't want, let's see, what do we want? Class defaults. Block abilities. No, we want to block grounded. Ability tag don't fly. Okay, that's good. That should be good. Oh, and we want to grant the ability too. How do we do that again? Affect container map. apply grounded. Okay. Using gas for this, I assume? Yes. Okay, we're flying. Oh, I'm not seeing the buff for some reason. Wait, why am I not seeing the buff? That should be showing up. Or the debuff, I guess, to fix that. Okay, it should not have been 30 to 60 seconds, so... Oh, nope, it still worked. Maybe it's not applying it? Cancel abilities with tag, also grounded. That way, if you do get hit by a spell that like debuffs you or whatever, we can apply grounded and it'll knock you out of the sky. Activation block tags. Oh, block abilities with tag. Well, yeah, but we also want to... We want to do it this here probably. Okay. There's a cost gameplay effect class. Why are we not using this? This would have been such a better... This would have been a great idea. Why are we not using that anywhere? That would have been so much better than the way we're doing this. Whatever. And wow, you're an actual Mega Grant recipient? I thought they didn't actually give out grants. That's crazy. Oh yeah, they do. I got mine years ago though. I got mine in 2020, I think. It's been 4 years. Spoiler alert, it's not like we had a successful Kickstarter and we got them, we applied for the Mega Grant, then we ran a Kickstarter while we waited for that because it was during the pandemic, and so we didn't have it took them forever. Normally it takes like, I think it's like 90 days is like the longest waiting period. I've applied since then, by the way. Just last year I applied for one for a different project and I got denied, but they denied me within like 2 weeks. Within like 2 weeks I heard back from them. So when I applied for this project, I waited the 90 days and then I was like, well, it's been like 100 days now. So I emailed them and I was like, just want to make sure my application didn't get lost or whatever. Also, here's some bunch of updated stuff because in 3 months we've done a lot of work, you know, and here's like our updated socials and our updated like audience and our updated like YouTube channel, and like here's like all the new stuff we've done in the game. Here's a new build of the game, etc., etc. And then they got back to me and they're like, yeah, we're just trying to like get through your application, blah blah blah. Like we'll let you know if there's anything else we need from you or whatever. And then I waited another 90 days. By then we already had the Kickstarter out and we launched the Kickstarter. It succeeded, had a successful Kickstarter and everything. And then they finally reached out like a couple months after the Kickstarter ended, and they're like, congratulations, you got a Mega Grant. And we're like, oh, that's awesome. And it was for like 1/8 of what we earned on the Kickstarter. It was like not enough money to pay our team for 2 months. Like we had a team of 3 people at the time, I think, and we couldn't, like, it wasn't enough to pay them for like 2 months. So it wasn't very much money, but it was still like, it was still cool. And like, it was nice, but it did take forever to get, and it was not worth like, I guess it was worth it, right? It was free money and it was okay money. It's just, it would have been really helpful like early on before we ran the Kickstarter, because we could have used that money, which is what we applied for, so we could market the Kickstarter better. But it was fine. We used it to pay a marketing team at the time, so it was fine. We wasted it paying a marketing team that didn't do their job very well. That's what we did. I wrote them like 3 times over about 3 years, but I've pretty much given up. Yeah, you might want to just apply again. Now the real question is if they gave you the grant because of the success from the Kickstarter, a mystery remains. Yeah, that is a good question. I don't know, because the last time I reached out to them, I did tell them, hey, we have a successful Kickstarter, and so maybe, but I doubt it, because that seems kind of silly to me. Okay, so this should be blocking it. Let's do this. Let's do on our grounded, This is not showing up, and I don't know why. Maybe this isn't actually applying. Maybe we have to apply. No, because we did. Actually, hold on. Let's take this off and see if we're still getting our magic drain, because we should be applying that also. So our gameplay effect is not applying, or our gameplay ability is not applying that effect. It's not applying these, which I thought it would. I thought it would do that. I don't know what the key is. Target type. Use owner. Maybe that's the problem. That's probably the issue. I think you need the grounded debuff to block the flying tag, not the flying buff to block the grounded tag. I think I did that. Still not applying. It does say magic drain ticking, but oh yeah, it does, because that's in the gameplay ability. Let me double check. Okay, I have ability tags, tome fly, cancel abilities with tag. This is canceling other abilities that have this tag. Okay, so that's not what I want. Block abilities with tag. Don't want that. Activation blocked tags. That's the one I think I want. I think that's right. Pretty sure that's right. And then ability triggers don't fly. Yeah, I don't know why this is not applying it. Maybe we have to just do it manually. Maybe we should just be like looping through this and do it. We're not even doing this. Because we're not doing any of this anymore. Maybe we should, I don't know. I don't know if this is like built in, or if this is like part of, this might just have been like made. It looks like it was just added on. So maybe there's somewhere up higher up. Maybe there's like a parent function that handles that and we're missing it. I assumed it would have been on activate ability, but we can go dig through and see where that's like added on to see if it does anything. It's definitely not working. Okay. So there's nothing in there. Gameplay effects, find references. This doesn't do anything. I can't delete it though, so it is built in. So you'd think this would just automatically trigger? I guess not. Yeah, this isn't being used anywhere. Okay, I guess I just have to manually trigger it. That's kind of dumb. I feel like in here we should have that like in there. Like we should be triggering this in here. I wonder if this commit ability, activate ability from event. Maybe we're not calling that. I mean, I guess we must be. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to build a function that like calls these effects, which is weird. Because it just seems like obvious. Like it seems like they should just be built in and it should be handled in the C++ to like call these. Yeah, like we're calling the activate ability here, so I don't know why it's not working. I mean, I'm probably gonna build an actual function for this though. On like the base class, so I can use these more often. And yeah, I know that was a weird way to do that. I did it all backward. And this is why we should promote this. No, I think we just do it on the local player. Is canceling grounded when flying is active. You want to do that exact thing, but on the grounded ability. Like edit the BP for grounded, not the BP for fly. I can't edit the BP for grounded. Okay, it's working now. Let's cast another ability so we can get our mana down faster. Wait, why did it stop? Oh, I know why. I forgot I unhooked this for testing, but it is working now. Yeah, I think I'm going to build this right here into as an effect on the yeah, I'll build that into an effect on the base like spell casting glyph thing. Oops. Did I just find a cheat? Yeah, that fixed it, I think. Okay, so eventually here, we should run out. That 1 minute should run up. And it should let me fly again. Should. Has it really been that long? That's AI, I think. Yeah. I swear there's a key to like show gameplay stuff. Oh, there it goes. Okay, no, it worked that time. But I'm not getting like any errors or anything. So players are just gonna be confused about that. But the debuff should be fine. The debuff should be enough to show that, but it's not showing and I don't know why. That's probably because damn it, I think I know why that is. I should probably take off though. It's almost 7 o'clock. I need to go do dinner. Stackable cons class. Okay, our effect is not a stackable cons class, right? It's not. Buffmaster. Okay, good. So that should be fine then. So what is going on then? That should be failed. New power level. we should be getting back here, and then we should be getting to buff master should be triggering, and we apply a gameplay effect that applies the actual effect, and then here we should be have displayed buff, and that should be triggering here. Let's go double check that we gave grounded. Yeah. Oh, I don't know where the displayed buff is. That should be buff here. Let's go, hold on. Let's put this further back just in case then. Where am I getting display buff from? Probably here. Let's just toggle it here, I guess. Yeah. Ugh, wait. Yeah, I think I can cast this. Damn it. That's a problem. Oh, and it never triggered. What? I know it's adding it, so why is it not triggering it? I guess it's not triggering it? Okay, whatever. I'll look into this. We have a fly spell. It'll probably be... I'm sure Evan will give it to you. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just change our mind and this will just be a waste of time. It's okay. I learned something. I learned some stuff. All right, guys. Let's go find someone to raid. Who is this person that I'm following and don't remember? Joe is streaming? Joe is streaming. Okay. Over Joe. Oh, he's doing some creepy modeling stuff. Just a heads up. It's super creepy. Okay, /raid. Go. All right, you guys are the best. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. There were some... Did someone donate $10 and I missed it? Brendan, you tipped $10 3 hours ago. How did I miss that? Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate that. Super kind of you. I think there was a couple subs too. Anyway, you guys are the best. Thank you. Have a good one. I will catch you next time. I'll see you Tuesday.